please take your seat as well. And then we have someone, is it from Awan? Yeah, good. I'm now happy. We are managing the gender dynamics well. So I'll start by giving you the ground rules. These are business people. We don't want you to go around in circles like yesterday. Just go to the point, show them the opportunity and so on, so that we are able to go on to the next session. So today we are discussing issues of trade, the African Continental Free Trade Area, but also discussing issues around business formalization and being able to grow your business. So we've tried to mix. We have Oxfam and Siatini that come from the civil society perspective, supporting SMEs, women-owned SMEs, youth-owned SMEs, with the goal of creating jobs. And then we have BDS providers. And we've invited you, Dorothy, because we want you to give us that perspective of an entity that supports SMEs. Where do you see the weaknesses? What do you bring on table? Why do you think a lot of our businesses are not formalizing? And then we come to RSB. You are the registrar of businesses. Where is the problem? Is the process complicated? Are you inaccessible? You know, and then, of course, we'll give the SMEs an opportunity to also interrogate you with questions. I know a lot of questions will be directed towards you. So this is the panel we have this morning, and I'll start with Robert. Robert, please tell us about your RSB, what you do, how easy is it to register a business. Also tell us about the other offerings that you have, about the intellectual property, because I think that's also important. And then you can also mention something about Simple, because that's relevant for access to finance. We'll give you about 5 or so minutes to take us through this. And then after that, for gender reasons, I'll go to you. You'll tell us about your network, your work with women entrepreneurs, what is your experience, where are the weaknesses, why are women entrepreneurs not formalizing enough? You know, you take us through that. Then we'll go to Herbert. For Herbert, they do a bit of advocacy, but they also do a bit of business support. So you kind of have experience on both at both levels. You also take us through that. And then I'll go to Dorothy. And then finally, I'll come to Emmanuel. So I'll give you roughly 5 minutes to just give us an overview. I'm giving you a free range. We want the problem, but we also want the solutions and some proposals on how we can gain some traction. Dorothy, I'm looking more at the higher level BDS and stuff. Emmanuel, you've been supporting SMEs, growth-oriented SMEs through your work. You know, you've built experience, you've been working with Siatini, you've been working with other actors. What are your thoughts on business development in general, and where the weaknesses are, and what the solutions are? The issues we are collecting here, we are going to share with policymakers on Friday. Yes, tomorrow actually we are having the permanent secretary and secretary to the treasury here. So some of the thoughts that you share with us will be able to put to him. So Robert, over to you. Please introduce yourself and then get on with it.
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. I'm also a businessman, so I will say colleagues, good afternoon. It seems people are hungry. My name is Mugabe Robert. My name is Mugabe Robert, as Director Business Registration at Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Apologies from the Registrar General. She was not able to be with us at this particular moment, although she had earlier been around. She will love to interact with the business community. She would love so much to be here, but unfortunately, she had an urgent call and had to leave us. URSB is Uganda Registration Services Bureau. It's known for business registration. All of us here are business people, and URSB, we register these businesses either as companies or sole proprietorships. We also register innovations. You know, these businesses that we have marks that distinguish them from other people's marks. Those are trademarks. We also have people who innovate, who bring in new solutions. So those innovations are also registered with us. We also have a component of what we call chattels. This is something that is supposed to enable us as Ugandans access credit. How does it work? It is more of registration of movable property. You know, traditionally we talk about land, those heavy things. But we also know that among us, the traders, most people do not have access to land. But we have portable things, movable things like crops, household items. So we also have that component of chattels, and the registration of chattels would help you to access a financial with, say, a bank, so that you can improve or add or reinvest in your business. Away from those three, we have a component of insolvency. If you've been alert with social media or with the media, you might have had issues about you. It's one such company that has been under administration to keep it alive. So we don't want businesses to die. We want, if businesses are in distress, we step in such that we can help them to manage their affairs with the view of keeping them alive as opposed to closing. Those are the major services that are related with the business, and I reemphasize that business registration is very crucial for all of us here because it gives us so many benefits. Most times people fear tax, that when I register, the tax man will come. I'm sure the tax man is around. They will tell you that there is no problem with the tax. You only tax when you are only taxed when you are within a given threshold. So to encourage you that there is nothing wrong with taxation, the tax man will tell you the parameters. But for us, the emphasis is on when you register, you have a chance, first of all, to own your name. Nobody else can use that name. It means you can advertise your products as you yourself. I can give an example if you don't mind. Someone here, I saw a mark called Zedek Shea Seeds. You cannot confuse that one for any other shea seeds. And that is, a hash is there, my sister there across. That is one example I saw. But there are so many other examples. So when you register, you have a chance of standing out, shining in the business community and selling by your known mark. There are other benefits like cross-border trade. When you go to East African common market, we have talked much about East African common market. You won't go there and say, me, I'm Mugabe Robert. No, they want to know that you are Mugabe Robert doing what? You are a business person in Kampala. What is the name of your business? But again, we talked about access to finances. You want to grow your business. How do you grow it? You need money. And we cannot lament over and over about money without doing something. You need to get out of the shell, register your business, such that when you go to the banks, there are many banks which are giving financial support. So when you go there, you need to go there and introduce yourself as Mugabe Enterprises, Mugabe Investments. There they will listen to you and support your business. But apart from banks, even government has programs. There is the village, the parish model, which is the youngest on the block. But before the parish model, there were other programs of government. So government also would be happy to find you ready for support. But if you are not ready, it will be hard for government to support you. So basically, that's what I can say for now. Answers to the questions you raised, but I think we are all in agreement that when we register, we have a lot in store for us. I can equate this one to an example of a church marriage. If you fear to go to church, well, you can still have children, but you'll miss on the Holy Communion, not so? So let us look at how best we can carry the Holy Communion together and we enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next is...
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Atuire Joyce Onegwa. I'm the chairperson, African Women in Agribusiness Network, Uganda chapter. I represent about 210 women enterprises that basically in agribusiness. We help women, businesses, organize them to be ready to be financed in different ways. Unfortunately, this afternoon, I am not going to be so much on the side of advocating favors for women businesses. I am going to be a bit tough on them because most women do not want formalized businesses, thinking that they are they are going to pay taxes, they are going to lose it out. By the way, in not formalizing businesses, I concur with Mr. Robert, you lose out on so many things. There are many opportunities for women put up by government and development agencies, but the reason why women enterprises are not benefiting is because you want to trade as Joyce, you do not want to formalize businesses. I can see that women have a challenge of they are not considered, for example, in public procurement, but there's a policy in PPDA that says they need 30% representation of women, but there's no way how you will go without tax clearance, you will go without at least the basic certificate of registration. So this afternoon, as a woman representation from the agribusiness sector, I encourage all of us to register our businesses, formalize, and we tap into women businesses. When we were affected by the pandemic, it affected all of us. But you may agree with me that the biggest percentage in Uganda, we are in agriculture, but at the lowest level of production, and maybe subsistence farming, and we sell a third of what we produce. And that sector is so much of women, and they do it as a part-time job. But if we are doing it as a full-time job and formalized it, and we are able to tap into the available opportunities, then women would reach far and would put the country on top. The pandemic presented us with an opportunity of adoption of technology. So many of us were able to tap into internet and trading online, but then also what I would ask government to do is to help and at least reduce the taxes that are imposed on the service providers of internet, so that much as the coverage is big, let the women be able to access the internet and we are able to sell. For us, our job, we shall be able to help them, train them, and make sure they are able to understand how to use internet. Because internet helps us to be able to access a bigger market, and we tap into the African continental trade. You may agree with me that 80% of us are smallholder farmers, and we are in villages where internet is very scarce. About 5% can access internet in villages. So if we are able to reduce taxes on the internet, we shall be able to access internet and be able to have a bigger market. As for now, thank you very much.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, Joyce. Now I'll go to Herbert. Herbert Siatini has been working with SMEs for a long time. And you've also supported a number of women and youth-owned SMEs, both through advocacy and through, helping them to acquire standards and things of the sort. What are the key lessons? Why are we not changing? Every time we come, we keep saying the same problems. Access to finance, standards, financing. Where is the problem in your view? Because now, we are lucky that we don't have a lot of government here. We only have Mr. Mugabe here. But we want to speak amongst ourselves. Yes. And these are SMEs. Where do you think the problem is?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kafero Herbert. I'm the Programs and Communications Manager at Siatini, Uganda. CEATIN is an acronym for Southern and Eastern Africa Trade Information and Negotiations Institute. It's a non-government organization. We work towards promoting pro-development trade, fiscal, investment, and related policy issues for sustained and equitable development in Uganda and the East African community. But before I delve deep into what I've been tasked to explore, I would like to shed a little light about the topic of discussion and, of course, what we do as CEATIN and why we care about MSMEs. So CEATIN works along several areas of work. We do research, we do policy advocacy, we raise awareness, we do public interest litigation because we believe issues that cannot be solved by way of advocacy can be taken to court and there can be arbitration. So in our work, we work closely with MSME associations like Federation for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, and I would like to appreciate Mr. John Walugembe for the partnership and collaboration with CEATIN Uganda, but also as CEATIN, we've been working towards influencing a supportive policy ecosystem for MSMEs, because MSMEs constitute over 90% of our private sector, and we care more about MSMEs because they have potential to create the much needed jobs and also a huge revenue base for the government. But of course, back to our topic of discussion is looking at opportunities that MSMEs can tap into in the AFCFTA. AFCFTA is African Continental Free Trade Area. I don't want to talk about AFCFTA in abstract terms, but just to break it down, this is a free trade area bringing together almost all the African Union member countries to tap into the 1.2 billion market, Africa-wide, the continental market. But just to update us a little bit about the progress, trading under the African Continental Free Trade Area officially started in January 2021. However, actual trading in goods hasn't yet kicked off because the negotiations are still taking course. However, there is progress that has been made in line with countries signing, ratifying, and depositing their instruments of ratification. Currently, 54 countries out of the 55 African Union member countries have signed the African Continental Free Trade Area. 39 countries have ratified. Ratifying means committing and taking a step to officially communicate to African Union Secretariat and depositing instruments of ratification. But out of the 39, 3 countries are yet to fully submit the requisite instruments and legal documents. But maybe to continue to shed a little more light about the AFCFTA. AFCFTA presents numerous opportunities because there is a bigger market and there are economies of scale. However, we would like to also reiterate as CEATIN that AFCFTA is also like the other market arrangements, like the other agreements that are signed. This is a framework. There is actual work that needs to be done for it to be effectively implemented and beneficial to the target audience, for this case, micro, small, and medium enterprises. One thing I would like to underscore in this is, although the AFCFTA market is up for grabs, Uganda hasn't fully accomplished some of the necessary steps. For example, there is a step of the implementation strategy that hasn't fully been accomplished. However, there are efforts towards that. There is the regional implementation strategy at the ESC level, and other steps are being taken. So in line with some of the opportunities that the AFCA presents, the market is one of them, investment, but as the AFCFTA presents opportunities, there are also some challenges that it unfolds. But before I get to the challenges, I would like to shed a little more light about the reality of MSMEs in Uganda to utilize the AFCFTA and other markets. Last year, if I remember very well, UNBS did some research that revealed that 54% of products on the Ugandan market are substandard. Of course, we are not here to blame MSMEs because as Siatini, we are a key player in this to first share information on standard-related issues, to build capacity of MSMEs, to comply with relevant standards, and also, of course, providing platforms for MSMEs to amplify their voices, share their experiences, platforms like this one, where we are all convened here to share our experiences. But one thing that I would like to underscore is the low utilization of markets, beginning with the domestic market. Imagine if 54% of products on the Ugandan market are substandard. Do you think really we can easily penetrate the continental market? Of course, this is not to blame MSMEs because there are different players in this. When we look at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, it has done a lot of work. There is the MSME portal that is a one-stop center for all information related to opportunities, issues to do with exporting different products, but it's just a portal. And MSMEs need to get this information in various accessible forms. And maybe I see my time is nearly up, just to emphasize that opportunities are many, but let's interest ourselves through our different associations to find out more about AFCFTA, the specific products, and also the requisite standards, because trade is about a specific product and a specific market. The market is there, but we need to do the hard work of finding which products we can export to which country, and of course, which market, and work backwards to work on the standards and the other issues to see that we can fully penetrate the market, export, and enjoy the benefits that accrue from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Herbert. You've spoken like a public official to a certain extent. There are a lot of running a small business in this country is very hard. Yesterday, someone was telling me about e-freeze and being able to supply to supermarkets and so on and so forth. And it's hard because now for you to supply to a supermarket or to some people, you need to be e-freeze registered. And to be e-freeze registered is somehow a trap. Because for me, if it's registered and I supply to the supermarket reports that I'm if registered. But now, if my suppliers are not if registered, because I'm an SME, means my suppliers are not if registered. They are farmers, they are what, and things of that sort. Then you have a bit of issues. And then you have to invest a lot. You have to get an accountant who understands if freeze, what not. So there are all those loopholes, including UNBS itself, you know. You get a standard, but teacher you are supposed to pay, so it's more of a money-making kind of things, like a business. Okay, Dorothy. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dorothy Chomhanji. I'm a managing director of Asset Profiling and Management Company Limited. We are a business development services provider. By business development services, I mean the non-financial aspects to a business that are going to help it to prosper and to perform actually to its best capacity. So what are we looking at? we understand that most MSMEs have a challenge to do with marketing of their produce. Yes, people say the market is available, but if you ask an MSME what is their biggest challenge, they will normally tell you two things. We have a lack of access to markets, that is one. And then we also have a lack of access to finance. So as asset profiling and management, we are helping small and growing businesses to actually access markets, both locally and internationally, as well as access finance, again, both locally and internationally. So for any business to succeed, you have to have, first of all, a viable product. As business development services, we want to make sure that the product that you have as an SME is actually what the market is looking for. Yes, in getting the market for you, you have to make sure that the quality standards that are desired by the market are being met. So we do not only train you, build your capacity, and find these markets for you, no. We also ensure that the product quality that you're putting out there is what is desired. And we go ahead not only to build your capacity again in your quality, but to actually negotiate this market for you and make sure it is available for you as an SME. So if you have a challenge with marketing, you come to us because we have readily available markets for a lot of these products. Yes, most of it was in agricultural products, the horticultural products and the fish and name it. But even as small SMEs, we have access to markets in the East African region, that is the Kenya, Rwanda, DRC, Southern Sudan. We have markets in the United Arab Emirates. We were recently in the United Arab Emirates and we managed to secure market for 5 products, very, very well-known products and very, viable products in the country. We have access to market in the European Union. We have a market in the USA. So market shouldn't be a challenge. The biggest challenge that we are facing as business development is that SMEs have limited capacity in that the quantities that are desired on the market we are unable to meet. Yes? And the solution to this is aggregating and bulking. If I have 10 SMEs doing the same product and meeting the same quality standards for a particular market, we shouldn't really be facing this challenge. Secondly, of course, the access to finance. I'm happy that the banks are here. We have UDB, we have KCB and Postbank. We understand the challenges that the local financial institutions, are going through because they have the will to actually give out this money. But the businesses many times are not prepared. They'll ask you maybe for financial statements, you don't have it. You've not registered as a business with URSB. You do not even have something talking about you. Some of the directors do not have integrity. So we understand what this is. And part of also what we do is to make sure that businesses have systems in place. What do I mean by systems? You are run as a business. You have a tax identification number. You're actually paying taxes. You have, the licenses, the trading licenses to operate. You are formal and formalized, okay? So we make sure that businesses are going through the process. They have structures in place, and they actually have bankable business ideas, okay? We understand as well that many SMEs might not have the securities required for, say, UDB or, KCB. And that is why not only do we prepare you, what we call bankability, we prepare you to actually be able to access bank financing. But on top of that, we have taken the initiative as asset profiling and management to find out what opportunities exist for the micro, small and medium enterprises in regards to finance. Okay, so we've taken a concerted effort to to find out what is available to the MSMEs and how can these MSMEs actually access this finance, okay? Because what happens is, yes, you will hear that there is the SCF facility which you can access in all these banks, and then you reach there and you're actually unable to access it. So for us, what we do is we go in depth and we find out what exactly are these policies or fundings that are available to MSMEs. We understand the inside and outside of these funds, and then now we are able to push that for the MSMEs that are really interested in that. Okay? And on top of that, we have also negotiated some financing terms, both locally and internationally. We've found that we link, there are these financial linkages. We have investors that are willing to invest in particular sectors in the economy. They have a certain amount of money that is specific for particular MSMEs. So we have access to these finances and to these funds, and you reach out to us. Some of the products that you're putting across there could actually be eligible for some of this financing. Yes. And then with that said, we do not only do access to finance and markets, but we also we train your staff in, remember, business is not only about market and finance. Remember that you have to operate. You have to have staff. How are you managing your staff? How are you managing maybe credit? Are you using the finance that you have or the little finance that you have appropriately? Is it going into the right places? Is there wastage? Is there a good cost management in your farm? So we go into these nitty-gritties of a business to make sure that all round you are performing to your best capacity.
Dorothy,
yes.
I hope this is not very expensive. That's a discussion I want to come back to. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Now I want to come to you, Emmanuel, from the Oxfam perspective. And because you come from the development kind of perspective, how do you see SMEs helping to address poverty, to help address issues around gender inclusion? Where are the weaknesses? How do you see them leveraging innovation? How do you see them leveraging the FCFTA that Herbert took us through? Sometimes the FCF looks so big. The problems that SMEs face are very immediate. So when you talk about 1.2 billion people in Africa and so on, they say that's for another person. So from your perspective, and considering that you're in charge of BDS within Oxfam, where do you see the light at the end of the tunnel?
John, and thank you for everybody who is here. As already introduced, I'm Emmanuel Ediao. I'm working with Oxfam. Today I represent my country director who is not here. Okay. Yeah, so I want to begin by speaking about Oxfam as a development organization. I think from 1965 or earlier, Oxfam has been in this country doing what you know, digging wells and feeding refugees, and then working with the government to solve social problems. One of the challenges we see as a new challenge is that charity and development, as we had it before, getting grant money from some part of the world and then handing it out to the other part of the world where it is needed, is increasingly becoming complex. And the world over, we recognize today that SMEs are the engine for growth. There's a lot of data on that. And Oxfam realizes that too, and is interested in playing a role in this space. And at Oxfam now we have still the same mandate, fighting inequality, helping to create jobs for young people and promoting women economic empowerment. But how do we do it? We come back again to the same issue that SME is the core for this. Within our project, we work even with the CIATINI on issues regarding research and advocacy, very much in the background because we really don't have to do it if there is an expert like CIATINI. And concerning BDS also, we link with the BDS organizations And in this particular issue, we work with the 2 or 3 BDS organizations in town. But I think for you as an SME, you might be wondering, how does all this concern me? Okay, if you want to employ youth today, then you really need to help an SME like you grow. And the growth will come in, as my colleague already mentioned, growth will come in if you are able to raise capital, if you are able to run your business, build a brand, and serve as many people as possible, both in Uganda and also outside the country. We have been working as an SME project for the last 5 years. One thing which is common, and I agree with my colleagues, is that growth is hampered because the SME itself is not prepared for the growth. The SME itself is not building like a long-lasting brand. I give an example. We had honey products from Zimbabwe, and then we compared with the honey products from Uganda, each of them selling to the same market, almost at the same price. But the honey product from Zimbabwe is well branded, and all the registrations have been, and it's selling in our local market here. And that is a vote of no confidence to us, because our own people have rejected our own what? Our own product. As a solution, we want to be part of the solution. We see that BDS is an issue, so we will continue working with the organizations. But also, one thing that Oxfam is seeing as a key growth, and my bank colleagues may or may not like this, but most SMEs that interest rate is still fairly high. And if it is high, then what do we do about it? As Oxfam, we are sort of promoting what we call impact investing, and they are trying to actually mobilize different players around the world to invest in this space. This year, we are setting up also an impact fund, which will be, I think, by the end of the year, accessible by SMEs. The whole idea is that if you can access what we call patient capital, then and also be trained, supported with BDS, if you can register, then you should be able to serve the market and also maybe grow. And also what we have as our interest is you providing decent jobs for the people out there, the young people who are not employed, and also you will be able to deliver the kind of development support that we would have wanted. I'll give an example. Water is still a problem in Karamoja, but we have seen SMEs who have gone into the business of water, and they have real water, solving this real water on a sustainable manner. So we will be picking a lot of interest in such kind of enterprise. Candidates, this kind of I think that is about it. I think in this short presentation, I was trying to explain that your role as an SME is very important in development, and we want to associate with you to try to help you also overcome some of those development challenges. Thank you very much, and I will be glad to maybe answer some questions later.
Okay. Please give a hand clap to our panelists. You see, it's a diverse panel. I want to pick a few questions and suggestions. And also, you know, yesterday we had this issue, we have this problem, and yes, those problems are there. But I also want us to reflect, as you talk about the challenges that you face, please also talk about either the solution or where you think you might require support and hand-holding beyond government, because as a federation, a lot of people have interest in SMEs. And I know most of you focus a lot on government. Government should do this, government should do that. But the number of other entities that can support you that are non-government. So for instance, Dorothy, they look for markets. She's non-government. She's also another SME like you, but she can help you solve the market problem. You see Oxfam. Oxfam is setting up an impact fund. They are non-government, but this impact fund can actually support your business. And I know that they have supported a number of businesses in the past. You see the Joyce's platform, they also have a range of opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Unfortunately, I don't know whether men are welcome or not, but if you're a woman, it means you have to see Joyce and find out exactly how you can benefit from what she does. Siatini has also been helping a lot of SMEs. I know you did something in the maize value chain. You did something around standardization, supporting SMEs. So, and they have a lot of platforms where they can expose SMEs. And obviously, URSB is critical for registration, now for financing, and a bit of intellectual property. Now, over to you. I need to pick a couple of questions. I don't want this to go on forever, so I will pick a couple of questions. Please go straight to the point, and also mention whom you are directing it to, so that we are clear. We start with you, sir. You. We are not seeing ladies as usual. I don't know. Yesterday, the men started off, and then the ladies put up their hands at the end when we didn't have many options. So, ladies, please, I want to pick you today to balance the equation. Mr. Hiro, I've picked you. I want new hands. Women entrepreneurs, we are waiting for you. You're a man, eh? Are you a lady? No. I want ladies now. For the first round of questions. Huh? KCB, thank you very much for saving us. Another hand from a lady? Anyway, let's start from you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Abe Freeman, and I'm the Executive Director of Kampala Language Center. So ours is to offer solutions to all your language challenges, okay? We are here gathered as institutions, different businesses, and we are thinking of joining markets in the region, going African, going regional, DRC, and so on. So what we do is to translate documents, offer you language services so that you can go to those markets. All the products I have seen around, they need translation, for example, of the packaging so that they can now be sellable in neighboring countries where English is not being used. Anyway, so my first question is directed to URSB, and it concerns returns. They tell us that we have to do annual returns. And these annual returns, they told us they can do them online. Am I right? That you can just go on your computer and then you fill. Now, we tried doing that online. It was really very hectic, very difficult to do it. Okola annual returns zichangu ngochikola online. So we spent about, I don't know, maybe 2 months trying to do that till we went to URSB, and then they gave us the old style papers. We filled them and then we put the return. So they said we should present a problem and a solution. So as a solution, should we go back to the old paperwork, or has the maybe online services been improved? And then there's a lot of queuing. So many people, when you go to URSB offices, you sit around for a long time, and then you may not even be served on that very day. So there is that issue, and it should be resolved. The other element concerns financing. Yesterday I mentioned, for example, specifically the government COVID recovery fund is sent to banks, make it impossible for people to access that money.
Maybe URA will come for me. So still it also comes back to us. Probably you could educate us more. You engage the public quite often. People will come up. For example, I used to fear URA, but then through engagements we came to learn, and we got to know that, oh, it's better. I have to do things in the right way. So still, I really encourage you to still educate us more and more and more. Be on TV, educate people. They don't know. It's not that they fear you, but it's because they don't know what to do right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much. I'm now moving in this direction. Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Hiro. and then we go to the madam at KCB. And then we have the responses. After the responses, we'll close this panel. We'll have Minet, which is an insurance company. They'll also come and have a brief session, and then we shall let you go. In the afternoon, we have an optional session, both in English and in Luganda, but we're also going to have a pitching session, so each of you can pitch what you do to the rest of us, so that we can ask you questions, you can, make your business better, because not all of us can come to your stall, but through the pitching session, you can get an opportunity to pitch to very many people at a go. So please get ready for that pitching session in the afternoon today. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. John. I'm Wanja Ibrahim, the Managing Director of First Touch Coffee Shop, First Touch Unisex Saloon, at the same time agency banking in Ibujiri Municipal Council. Mr. John, I've discovered one thing since yesterday, that all people who are here, when you compare to what they are doing in other countries, we are the poorest in doing things. Because all people are saying, when we take our products to Kenya, to Rwanda, when you compare what they are doing, our products are what? Of poor what? Quality. So instead of saying that we are looking for, madam, we are saying, instead of going to Kenya or any other country to look for the market, why can't you start by doing two things? One, in the military, there is what you call spying. Why don't you spy these countries? What are they doing that in Uganda we are not doing? The other thing is about, they call it benchmarking, related to spying. Why can't you benchmark these countries? If it is in the banking sector, what are those banks that are doing in Kenya or any other area? What are they doing in terms of interest rates and other things to serve their people that in Uganda we can't do? So my argument is, let us find out what are these people doing that in Uganda we can't do before we look for those markets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Iru. Mr. Iru, yeah.
Thank you very much, Omulangira, the moderator. My two issues, I'm called Iru Andrew. I'm the Executive Director here and Beauty Career Development Center, and also I'm the Chairman of the Union of Hairdressers Association. Mine are two, but the first one is similar to the other gentleman. Actually, banks are there to create poverty to people. Why? To access a loan, because my industry has been affected a lot with this COVID. But to go to access a loan to support the business, really, those people you find in the bank, they don't have good customer care. Two, they're interested on acquiring our land titles. Therefore, there is a big challenge. This is my appeal, Mulangira and the rest. Please help the MSMEs. For us, we are suffering. Most of the hairdressers, they don't have land titles to acquire those kind of support. Then secondly, I have a product I wanted to export in abroad. But I got a challenge of acquiring documentation. I went to Entebbe to get the list, the checklist, how I can package my products. But according to the checklist, there's a lot of documentation too. They told me to maybe to have a big company so that I could export my product. So I'm seeing a gap there. A common person who is on a local level cannot export the product. Therefore, it is my concern and my request to look into that issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Iru. Your points are noted. Let's go to KCB. Now that you have raised the issue, I'm sure she can either respond or not. Where's the mic? Sorry. Francis, the mic. Okay. Please take it to the KCB stall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Shamim Matovu. I'm a relationship manager in the SME unit at KCB Bank. I first of all want to thank the panelists for the very insightful remarks they've given. I've been attentively listening, and I think what I have to say is like about 3 things. When it comes to creating awareness, first of all, businesses don't take registration as something very important. So I think if you've been listening to everything Robert Mugabe said, Dorothy was saying, it should be something that you could implement. And when you do that, you find that accessing credit facilities in the bank won't really be so tough on you. Someone was complaining about customer care. I think I would like to apologize about that. I don't know which bank that was, but professionally that shouldn't be happening. And the other thing I want to talk about is the relevance of IT in business. We have those digital platforms as banks. I know all these customers have different banks to which they belong, because normally we exist in a world where you can't have just one bank account. People are multi-banked everywhere. So you just need to you need to prioritize the whole idea of digging much more into finding information that these banks you subscribe to provide. When it comes to IT, people have digital platforms with them, so you need to know, how does internet banking work? What services do I really have to access when I use internet banking, mobile banking, different kinds of services. So what you need to do is ensure that you implement what they have talked about when it comes to documentation. Document as much as possible, and you wouldn't really have problems when it comes to accessing funds with the bank. Then about the land titles, it's not that we be wanting to take people's collateral or land title security, any other thing. It's also a form of comfort for the bank, because now the problem is, most times when you come to obtain loans, people don't use the money for what it's supposed to be used for. You divert the funds. So that's where the challenge comes in. You come to get money probably to use working capital to just probably keep pushing your business. And then you find probably instead of doing that, you're buying a big car, or you're buying something, you're doing whatever you're not supposed to do with the bank's money. Now that's where the challenges start. So to avoid all that, let's get our priorities straight. Let's do documentation as much as possible, and I think we wouldn't have problems. As we're here because we want to network, we want to understand your businesses, we want to see how we can support you. Are very passionate about supporting SMEs. So if you have a minute or two, pass by all the financial providers, service providers that you're seeing here, because we are so many. There is UDB, there is KCB, and many others. So just make it a point, come and learn something, come and find out what it is that we can do for you. We're very open to serving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'll now go back to the panelists. Please, if a question has been directed to you, please answer it in about 2 minutes, and then give us your parting shot. If a specific question hasn't been directed to you, but you think you want to comment because it's extremely important, please still comment in roughly 2 minutes. Give us your parting shot, and then afterwards you'll have a nice group photograph. Thank you. Let me start from Dorothy.
Okay, thank you very much, John. I think there were 2 questions that were directed to me. There is a gentleman from the Language Center who talked about the services, market for services. Being that we are into products and services go hand in hand. So there might come an opportunity that there would be a service that is required. I wouldn't say that we go so much into it, but if such an opportunity arises, definitely we reach out to the service providers. Again, we are looking for markets. Whether it is products or services, we still find it. So if anything comes out, yes, we definitely reach out. It depends on how you've branded yourself and how well known you are. And that is how we shall reach out. There was another question about the capacity building. and the cost also from a gentleman from the language center. We are not expensive, that is what I should tell you. One, there are two modes of working with you. One, you could sign up with us as an entity such that you are able to benefit from all the services that we have to offer for a very small cost. We can discuss that later. A very small cost, which I believe is really affordable. Secondly, we can do as is per service you want. If say you want capacity building, excuse me, we will discuss, see how many staff are you going to train, the modalities involved, and then we shall cost it based on your need. But like I said, we are affordable, and we are passionate about seeing SMEs go to the next level. So it is a social enterprise but that has a business arm to it. It is a social enterprise but with a business arm to it that is sustainable. So we are understanding, and we are not trying to break your back, we are trying to help you get to the next level. Yes.
Emmanuel?
One main question came to me, but I feel I should comment on two other issues. I'll try to keep it brief. The one question was about the Oxfam Impact Fund, which we are setting up to be launched this year. Yes, it targets medium enterprises, but it's also not going to walk in and get the money. It is also going to be competitive. And so it will still require that there are basic requirements that you hear here, that you demonstrate sorry, I'll try to, this is breaking, I think I'll change. Yeah, and Oxfam is not knowledgeable in dealing with the funds, so it's going to hire or contract a private fund manager. And we want to let it be at the discretion of the fund manager whom he lends the money on or who he does not. And you know what that means. The fund managers will be very, they will do their due diligence. They will do all they do to make sure that they don't lose this. In line with this, there was a statement which is really showing a bit of hostility towards banks. And the banks are here. I wanted to speak for them. There is some giant in the house called risk. Risk has always been the driver of high interest in our country. And the risk is heightened by the SME himself, because there are no records being kept or the banks do not see it. And even the impact fund will still love to see some good records being kept by you. So the risk, as long as risk is high, interest rates will always also be high because the banks want to mitigate the risk. I once happened to be in a meeting where one of our own business person who was also at some point an SME, and you all know Maria Chiwanuka, and she was mentioning that where she has reached, the banks call her, she doesn't call them, and they ask if she is available to take some loan, and I was like, wow, it's the other way around for her, and sometimes she even fixes the interest rates. And you all know that in this very country where the SMEs cannot access credit, the banks are buying, for example, investing money in bonds, which are more secure. Why are they doing that? Because they're fearing the giant called risk. I think together we need to work towards the driving down risk, which is improving our operations. And lastly, talking about marketing, I know it is very expensive to do marketing. I worked once for a company called Colgate. You all know this company. They spent over 30% of their revenue only in one thing called marketing. And they speak about their product all over the place. But as a small SME, we think that joint platforms might be very helpful. I see the members of Uganda Small Scale Leaders Association attempting to build some sort of common use marketing facility. And we picked a clue from that, and we think we can speak more with the Uganda Small Scale Leaders Association, and maybe the future would be to encourage the building of such common platform. You are small, but because you are working together, you could reach out to the bigger, wider market. But this is still ideas that we probably can build in, and if you have other suggestions, I believe that you are in the market and you have some suggestions, it's probably good that we share with the Federation, and these are ideas that can be discussed further. Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you very much. There was no question directed to me, but then I would like to comment on, as my colleague has said, about marketing. Marketing usually is a very important department in every organization. But then in the area of, especially in agribusiness, what I would encourage the entrepreneurs is to make sure that you become an enterprising farmer. You do not have to have everything that a customer needs, especially if you want to venture into export. You cannot be having 10 bags of coffee and you think you will have to export only 10 bags. There has to be sustainability. If you sign an MOU to supply throughout the year, those few bags cannot be enough. So I encourage entrepreneurs to come together and join the platforms that can help you access other entrepreneurs that are in the same field that you're in. For example, the African Women in Agribusiness Network, we have women that are involved in different enterprises. When there's an opportunity to maybe supply fruits, they need 10 tons, but you have 2. There's another one that has 3. So it becomes easier to market the 10 tons, to sell the 10 tons when you own only 2. The other thing I would like to comment on is the financing being very hard for the entrepreneurs and the paperwork that is involved. It's very important not to just go alone in the bank to access finance. First of all, there's knowledge gap. You need to have enough information about the existing funding, existing financing, and see whether you can qualify. Remember that document that you're going to look through to sign to get a loan has been looked through by about 30 accountants and 30 lawyers to come up with that document that you're going to sign to get a loan. But you want to look into that document alone. It's very difficult. So I encourage the entrepreneurs to seek guidance, BDS services, and to use services of maybe get a lawyer that can help you, advise you, so that you don't get a loan that will make you think the bank wants your property. And the last thing I would request from the gentleman from URSB is that I am not sure whether the services are gender inclusive, because I understand that it is a small fee that is involved to register a company, but what makes it expensive are the people involved to help you register the company. You might find it doesn't reach even 200,000, but you end up paying about 500,000 to make sure you register your company. My request to you is that could you put a desk for women where they can easily reach and they are helped, because there's a knowledge gap in digital technology around the country, especially in the area of women that I'm speaking for. So if you could have a desk for women in URSB, it would make it easier for us who are involved in women enterprises to be able to access registration. Thank you.
Albert?
Thank you so much. I would like to speak to a few issues that were raised, because there was no question directed to me. But just to underscore the fact that addressing the plight of MSMEs needs collaborative efforts. We cannot leave it all to government. However, on the side of government, there are necessary reforms that need to be undertaken. Because, for example, when you look at last year, UNBS phased out audit and surveillance fees, thereby also lowering the cost of certification. But in a way, MSMEs are not a one-size-fits-all because there is micro, small, and medium enterprises. So there is need to be responsive to the context and also the uniqueness of, for example, micro enterprises, small enterprises, and the large enterprises. So there are necessary reforms that need to be undertaken. For example, when you look at the cost of internet, the cost of doing business broadly, Uganda has the highest cost of internet. When I was looking up for statistics, I actually realized that the cost of 1 GB of data is $2.67 US, and Kenya, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda, the cost is $2.41 US. So you see Uganda is a little bit higher. And internet is no longer, social life. It's no longer used for social life, but also business, especially in the wake of COVID. So there is need for requisite reforms in order to shape the landscape to become more conducive for MSMEs. But also in line with AFCFTA, because this panel is basically talking about opportunities in the AFCFTA, there is need for MSMEs to join MSME associations and tap into the opportunities of being part of associations. For example, like FSME. FSME works closely with Siatini, and also FSME has done quite a lot of work around raising awareness about opportunities presented by AFCFTA. But that can only happen when you're part of FSME and other MSME associations. So there is need for initiative on the side of MSMEs to join associations and tap into opportunities of being part of associations. But also the other issue is there are challenges that still exist in line with unlocking the potential of MSMEs. One is the product testing fees that are still high. So there is need for government to also lower the cost of product testing, especially looking at the uniqueness of MSMEs. Last year, government expressed its intent to waive certification fees for MSMEs in the oil and gas sector. Although that hasn't yet materialized, but how about to waive certification fees for all MSMEs? Just to make certification easy, because certification and standardization are prerequisites of penetrating regional and global markets. And there's no shortcut to that, because you're competing with people who have certified products. They are complying with requisite standards. And there's no one who will listen to you, because the market is there and there are rules of the game. So you need to play in cognizance of the rules of the game. The other is basically looking at the AFCFTA is still under negotiation. Phase 1 was concluded, although there are some sticky issues that are yet to be resolved. Issues to do with rules of origin. That might sound technical, but when you're part of MSME associations, you can know the far-reaching implications. Phase 2 is on. There are important protocols, such as the protocol on investment, the protocol on intellectual property rights, and the protocol on competition. All those protocols are so important, but you can only get to appreciate their importance when you are on a personal quest for information, when you're part of MSME associations, but also government has a role to play. And as civil society organizations, Siatini in particular, because I work with Siatini, we have continued to raise awareness on opportunities in order to enhance the readiness of MSMEs to tap into opportunities of AFCFTA. Just to emphasize, Uganda, like the other countries, signed the AFCFTA. It's still a framework, but the implementation has a lot of work yet to be done. And before we celebrate that there is a market, let's do the hard work. And of course, like I earlier said, it takes collaborative efforts. We are in this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Herbert. Now, finally, Robert from URSB.
Thank you very much. A number of questions have been highlighted. I hope I'm on. And I will start from my colleague, Joyce, on the issue of gender inclusiveness. URSB has been on the agenda of ease of doing business, And the focus has really been accessibility and simplification. Specifically for gender inclusiveness, we have a family desk. If you visit our premises at Georgian House, you'll find a family desk, and this desk specifically looks at the client. And in addition to female client, we are looking at improving household incomes. So this desk is there. We can make use of it. And away from this particular desk, I would also say that in we have ICT as a component. Someone talked about annual returns. I will combine it with this one, my elder brother close. Annual returns may seem impossible, and I think that's very good feedback on our side. It's like if you buy a shoe to move around and the shoe does not really fit you very well, you don't throw it away. You take it to the Cobra and try to do adjustments. So we won't throw away the system for annual returns, but rather we shall improve it. So I want to thank the person who raised the question about the system. We didn't know, but now that we are aware that there is a system issue, we are going to improve the annual return filing. But away from filing annual returns, as we sit here now, you can access our services even when we are discussing like this. You can reserve a name while asking me questions about annual returns online. You can also, across in the tent where we are seated in our kiosk, you can have a certificate produced from there. So our colleagues, the ladies in business who are here, of course the gentlemen are behind the ladies. So the ladies, you can cross to our kiosk close and get your certificate without going to RSB. That is in terms of accessibility. Simplification. We used to have bulk documents, memorandum and articles of association for a company. You can now actually, without engaging any service provider, any agent, I'm fearing using the word any, there is any here, but I'm trying to say that you can actually go obtain documents without necessarily involving an agent. That is in terms of simplification. But also, away summarized, you can get us from head office in Kampala. You can get us regional. My mic is misbehaving, but I hope you can get me. You can get us in Arua, in Masaka, and in Barala. But in addition to those centers, we have local government. Thank you very much. In addition to the branch and regional offices, we have an arrangement with local government, KCCA, URA, with support from Ministry of Finance. And we operate 44 centers countrywide. All of these centers, when you go to them, you'll find an office of URSB. The way these officers from URSB are stayed here is the way you'll find them, and they will serve you, and you'll go with a smile. You no longer have to move from Moroto or to Kisoro to Kampala. You can actually access these services from those municipal centers countrywide. I think those were the questions. Basically, those were the questions. I thank you. However, I want to share with you our access numbers. You can reach us by WhatsApp on this number. If we have where to write, we can take it up. 0712 44 844 8. I repeat, 0712 44 84 48. In other words, even when we are stayed here, you can, if in case you have any issue, you can just send a WhatsApp to your RSB and you'll be served instantly. We also have a toll-free line. We can take it up. It is 08 00 100 006. It has so many zeros. I can repeat again. 08 00 10 0006. So with that, with those two contacts, you can reach us in time and be able to have a service. I conclude by saying that don't shy away from registration. When you shy away from registration, you miss on the benefits of registration. So please come and we shall serve you. Thank you.
Why don't you give a hand clap to this panel? Please feel free to stand up, take your picture. Please, photograph. Hassan. Yeah, okay. So, they'll take their portrait and then we'll let them go. After, we are going to have a brief session by Minette. We'll go for lunch. After lunch, we have a session by the financial sector deepening. They're talking about financing. In particular, they're talking about the deal flow facility. We are trying to look for opportunities for you, so please don't get stuck when you're looking for financing. They're talking about the deal flow facility for companies. Tomorrow, we'll have a more in-depth discussion regarding financing, but today we're having the deal flow facility. They'll discuss, rather, a team from the financial sector deepening. They'll discuss the deal flow facility. Then afterwards, we shall have a session in between of Uganda. Yesterday, we had a very good Uganda session, which most of you missed. So we're having Dr. Ruth Musoke come for that afternoon Uganda session. And then in the evening, we shall have a pitching session where each of you can pitch your businesses to the rest of us. Thank you very much. Please have your seats. Now, please give them a hand clap. Yes, you can feel free to have your seats. Minette, it's your term. So Minette will moderate their own session, but I'll just give them a time cap of 20 minutes.
You can.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Doreen Muulia from Minette Limited. I will very briefly introduce the panelists and my co-moderator, and then they will tell you about themselves later. I am joined by John Katende. He's an insurance specialist from Minette Limited. There's Dr. Jacqueline Chisache. She's a medical doctor. And there's Lawrence Nsovia. He's also an insurance specialist from Minette. So John, I'll ask you to further introduce yourself and then in that order.
Thank you very much, Doreen. My name is John Katende. I am an insurance specialist from Minette Limited. Minette is an insurance brokerage firm, but very specialized in different sectors. We have a department that focuses on SMEs like yourselves, and today we are very privileged to be here before you to give you some of the solutions that we'll be discussing. I want to thank the Federation of SMEs and Mr. John Walugembe for this opportunity, and we look forward to a good discussion. Thank you.
Dr. Jacqueline Chisache. I am a pharmacist by profession. I work in the digital health space with a company called Baobab Circle, where we offer digital health solutions where everyone can be able to access healthcare on their fingertips. So we shall be talking more about that and or informing you about the solutions that we have so that ultimately you have good health, because we believe that health is ultimately wealth.
Okay. Tuenza nyo tuyanzege. Ab'ekitongole kya Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises. ngenda kukozesa Luganda okusinga so that tugezaako okunyonyoka ekintu kino ekya medical insurance. So ngenda kudda ewa munnange Doreen, then tulabike nti tweyongerayo.
Okay, thank you very much. It's good to have this engagement with you. When a few of us were asking the questions, I noticed that we were all talking about our businesses. Everybody's talking about their products, the marketing, how they can tap into certain spaces. But I didn't hear anybody talk about themselves, the individual, you know, your health, your business, continuity. And that's why we want to have this discussion today. We want to talk about the healthcare solutions for you as a business owner, for you as an individual. So I know you've heard about insurance, and sometimes it seems like a complex thing. But we would like to break it down for you today. Insurance, how you can access it, and the solutions that are there today. So I'd like to ask my panelists today. You know, we know that Uganda has registered a lot of economic growth, and we know that the people here have contributed a lot. We know that SMEs contribute about 70%, you know, to the country's GDP. And we know the contribution that the SMEs, the individuals, you know, are bringing on table. So we want to know, has this broadened access, you know, to good healthcare opportunities for business people, especially the SMEs?
Thank you so much for that question. So we have noticed, because of the economic growth over the couple of decades that have passed, that healthcare as well has improved. There has been access to healthcare. But the question is, at the end of the day, ultimately, are all of us able to access healthcare? So we have seen that, one, the government has really worked brilliantly to cause decentralization of health. We are seeing health center 3s, health center 2s. Tulabya amalwaliro nga government eri mu gazimba. They are trying to bring services really close to us. We are also seeing in terms of affordability. Before the early 2000s, we used to actually pay for the facilities or the services that we'd be receiving in this public sector. So we are really seeing that the government has waived that. We are getting free access to that healthcare. And one thing that I would also like to talk about is they have really pushed for community health services, in the sense that we have a lot of community health workers within the community. But this is to show that they want healthcare coming to people at the grassroots. They want healthcare reaching everyone. So the solution that I'm going to be talking about today is an application called AFIAPAP. So what AFIAPAP does is that it brings healthcare to you into your own hands. So this is an application where if you have a smartphone, you can download this application and you have access to doctors. So mukifo ky'okusimba line ogende mulago okubeera nga oyagala omusawo alabe omwana wo, you have this application on your phone. You say, can I be able to speak to a doctor? Tick. You can be able to say to a doctor, this and this and this is ailing my child, and in such a way they offer services, they offer advice in that sense. So this is what we are looking at towards growing health solutions that are down to the community where everyone can be able to access.
Tweyanza nnyo Dr. Kisaakye. Nga bw'annyonnyodde, tulina solution egenda gye twagala okulabika nti tuinterestinga abamemba ba federation eno. Era nti kijja kubeera kyangu nnyo okulabika nti ofuna obujjanjabi. Application eno egenda okuba nga osobola ogifuna ku ssimu yo. So bw'oba ogifunye ku ssimu yo, ogenda kulabika nti osobola okufuna obujjanjabi. Not just bujjanjabi just obwa bulijjo, kuba tukimanyi nti fe abali mu nkola eno twekozesa nnyo kye twandiyise self medication ne weerabira okufuna obujjanjabi obw'ekikugu. So ng'okozesa app eno ojja kusobola okulabika nti okonsultinga oba weebuuza ku musawo mu malwaliro gaffe gano ge tulina nga twetaaga kulabika nti otuukayo, 1 okulokola obudde kubanga byonna bijja kuggwera ku ssimu. Secondly, ofunye omusawo omukugu. Thirdly, oba ekyokusatu, okulabika nti ofunye okuyambibwa okulungi era nti ojja kulabika nti okeera ku makya oba okweyongerayo n'emirimu gyo. Tuli ffenna.
Okay, thank you so much, Lawrence and Dr. Jackie, I know they've talked about an application, an app that you can have on your phone, but a number of people might be wondering, how do I get eligible, to access those medical services, So I'm going to ask John to talk to us about the solutions that Minet is able to offer and how we can be eligible, to get those solutions.
Okay. Thank you, Doreen. Kakati, ndoza nange nja kutabula oluzungu n'olufuutifuuti. The solutions we have, definitely insurance, how insurance comes to help you as a business person is that it gives you resilience in that your business doesn't have to suffer the financial impact of you falling sick, of you having an accident or getting a critical illness or losing somebody who is very integral in the business. You know that as SMEs, the business really depends on the founder or the vision bearer of this business. Kakati bw'ofuna ekizibu gwe nga nannyini business eno, oba bulwadde, oba ofunye accident, oba ogudde ku kabenje, kwegamba ojja kwesanga nga okutte mu ssente oba mu nsimbi za business okudda mu kwejjanjaba. Ate oluusi okwejjanjaba kuno kumala ebbanga gwanvuko. Kakati weesanga nga oba bakuwadde ekitanda, oba weetaaga kweyongerayo nga India ng'eyo. Kakati ffe ng'aba insurance, entegeka gye tulinawo, tukwataganye n'aba Federation ya Small and Medium Enterprises, tuteekewo kye bayita umbrella scheme. Package eno eba nnyangu nnyo eri ggwe nga omuntu kinnoomu oba business yo ng'omuntu, nti osobola okugula package n'ekulabirira gwe oba mukyala wo oba family yo n'abantu b'okola nabo, kubanga tugenza okuzuula nti nno bwe mugenda mu insurance industry ne mugenda mu insurance company emu yonna, ojja kusanga nti insurance gy'ogula ebaako obukwakkulizo bungi nnyo, terms and conditions ziba nnyingi nnyo okukusobozesa okugula insurance eyo. Naye tukozeewo entegeka era aba federation bajja mu biseera ebijja bajja kubanga bababuulira nti no osobola okuteekayo akasente akasaamusaamu era n'osobola okubanga ofuna obujjanjabi buno mu kiseera ky'oba obwetaagiddemu. Ate n'engeri endala tumanyi nti no muli bangi nnyo ate nga muli mu bitundu bingi nnyo eby'eggwanga. Kyekyo lwaki tutaddewo enkolagana ya tekinologiya, mobile application eyo, ng'osobola okwebuuza ku musawo. That's the first level of care, is that you consult a doctor n'akubuulira ekyokukola. Bwe kinaaba nga kya bulabe ky'amaanyi ajja kugamba agenda mu ddwaliro eddene, naye bwe kiba nga kyangu nnyo era akubuulira nti no funa eddagala gundi ne gundi lijja kutereeza. So ffe tulowooza nti nno kati abantu abali mu kwekozesa emirimu gino egya business, mukola ebintu bingi nnyo, tulowooza nti nno waliwo gap ereeteddwawo olw'okuba nti nno insurance ezitundibwa zitunulira bitongole binene, tebitunuulira muntu omu nga ggwe ssekinnoomu oba family yo oba business yo ng'ekyali ntono. So twagadde nnyo tuleete program eno tujanjule era mujja kubanga mwongera otuwuliza gye bujja.
Okay, thank you so much, John. I know we talked about focusing on healthcare. Now we're talking about the individual. But there could be somebody here who is thinking beyond themselves and now thinking about their business and ensuring their business. Would you also talk about that?
Yes. Kakati tetukola ku insurance ya byabulamu byokka, naye tutunuulira ne business ne kanziyite obulabe obulala obusobola okusanga business yo, or the other risks that you may find in your business. Oyinza okuba nga okola katugambe coffee oba okola honey oba okola emirimu gyonna nga bwe tumanyi nga business bwe tuzirabye bwe muzoolesa, naye n'osanga nga omuliro maybe w'okolera guzze ne gwokya ekizimbe, jjukira obeera oyina bakasitoma abo, oyina basupplier bo bakuwadde ebintu maybe on credit, kaakati ne weesanga nga peril, katugiyite peril, nga omuliro gwokyezza ekizimbe we mukolera, stock, ebyuma byonna byonoonese, ate kati nga ne business osanga sente zibadde zikyali mu bakasitoma oba tonna collectinga. Kaakati insurance zetu designinze again tuzzeemu ne tutunuulira insurance zetulina mu ggwanga ne tugamba no, omuntu alina ekkolero ettonotono tukole package esobola omuprotectinga nga business bweba eyidde eweddewo, stock aweddewo, oba byuma bye bibbiddwa oba byokeddwa muliro, omuntu oyo asobola okuddizibwawo business ye n'abanga mu weeks ntono nnyo asobola okuddawo ng'akola bulungi. Kwegamba tugezaako okulaba nti nno business zaffe zisigala nga ziyina support eyo, financial support. Ate ojja kwewuunya nti busente butono nnyo. Abantu abasinga batera okutya insurance, bagamba insurance tezisasula oba insurance erwawo. Nedda, tukozewo entegeka nti kiba kyangu nnyo. Twagala n'okuteekawo entegeka nga bw'obanga onoosaba okuyisaamu claim yo ogiyisiza ddala mu federation yaffe eno, kubanga etuteereddewo platform y'amaanyi tusobola okukola ki okuyisaamu claims zaffe ne tumanya nti nno batusasudde, ate ne bannaffe ne tuba encouraging okugula insurance. Wabuza sente ziba za nsekona nnyo okulaba, naye oyinza okusanga business gy'okoledde emyaka n'emyaka eweddewo lwa event emu ng'ate wandibadde osobola okukola ki ogi-insuringa.
Okay. Kwongerezaako munange John kyagambye, ffenna twetaaga insurance okulabika nti oba twetaaga insuwa okulabika nti tuteeka bizinesi zaffe zetukola entonotono. Omwami yabaddewo wano yagambye nti risk very big giant. Tugendeeza ku risk nti omuliro guba guze ne gukwata katugambe ekibanda kyakute ekibanda ky'omundeeba. Eyange yandibadde eringa erimu insurance okulabika nti weeba eyidde njasobola okugenda mu federation etukira abamineti babroka bakwatagana ne federation broker netukira insurance company nerabika nti omuntu oyo asasulwa sente ze oba emaali ye erabise nti eyidde. Tuli ffenna.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lawrence. We will take a few questions when we are done. So if you have some questions, please prepare them. But I would like to address this to Dr. Jacqueline. We know statistics have shown that one of the challenges of SMEs, is the use of technology. We are contributing so much to the economy, but every time they talk about digital channels, we shy back. If you look at the banks, every time they tell you, use your phone to transact, you're not sure if your money is safe. And I know that we are facing that challenge all over. So I'd like to ask Dr. Jackie, what are we doing, us who have the platforms, what are we doing to ensure that there's good uptake, of technology and those platforms amongst especially the SMEs?
Question. So one of the things that we realize oba abantu tutandise okwogera nabo ku kintu ekya teknologiya batandika okutya, batandika okwekanga ne balowooza nti kizibu nnyo okukozesa. Niye engeri gye tukolamu platforms zino, engeri gye tubeera nga tuzi-creating, nga tubeera tulina abantu bonna in mind. So from that point tubeera tugamba nti twagala okukola platform esobola okubeera nga buli omu asobola okukola ki okugikozesa, kubeera nga nnyangu nnyo yakukozesa. Kati twetaaga okuvaamu okutya okwo okubeera nga tugamba nti zino platform teknologiya si wange, emyaka si gyange. Wobanga osobola obeera n'essimu kitegeeza nti osobola obeera nga osobola okukozesa zino applications zetubeera to designinze. So kibeera very important okubeera nga obulamu bwo, your health, you take control of it. Kyendabidde ddala ku bantu abafirika balinda naddala ng'oli muyi okubeera ng'otuuka mu ddwaliro. Naye eno platform gye tubeera tuleese tugamba nti owuliddemu akasujja katinitini, lwaki seebuuza ku musawo? mpuliramu kasenyiga, mpuliramu akafuba, mpuliramu kino na kino, lwaki seebuuza kuki ku musawo. Kubanga ffenna nkimanyi tubadde tuliwo n'abantu abalwadde ne mugenda mu ddwaliro ne mu spendinga so much money. Naye ng'omusawo waakubuulira n'ogamba singa wamuleeta 3 months before, omwaka gumu wetandika owulira kino na kino. So what we are trying to address is access and instant access. Nti woowulidde nti seewulira bulungi, lwaki seebuuza ki ku musawo? Kubanga omusawo waali just ku simu yo wooti obeera osobola okukola ki okwogera naye. So these are the platforms that we want to bring to you to put health in your hands, okubeera nga ebintu ebikwatagana ku health yo, it's your priority and you're the one in charge of it.
Wow, thank you so much, Jackie. So just like we are using our phones to make orders, to talk to our clients, to make deliveries, to follow up on deliveries, we can also use the same phones, to get onto these apps, these platforms, to ensure that we are looking out for, for our health. So I'd like to ask the insurance people. Everybody here is a member of the Federation of the SMEs, but individually they are members of their smaller groups. We had a gentleman who said that he was a member of, I think, the Barbers Association. We have a few people, Hairdressers Association. We have a few people here who probably are in an association of maybe honey, making honey and all that. What would you advise, an individual person who might not want to wait for the bigger solution when they get back to their smaller groups as an individual? What would you advise them, to effectively use these platforms and these solutions that you are talking about?
Doreen. I think health is number one concern for every individual. And we have a very good living example of what COVID did to so many families, so many organizations, so many businesses. Everybody, from the richest person to the lowest person, everybody once in a while falls sick. Every person once in a while gets a medical challenge. What I would advise, you can visit our booth here at Minet. We have an amazing product. It is called Minet Umbrella Medical Insurance Scheme. You can join it as an individual. You can join it as a family. You can join it as a small business. We are able to give you a quotation immediately, but I will give you an example. A full medical insurance cover that has no waiting periods, it has no difficult terms and conditions, it's ready to go, will cost you from as low as 680,000 shillings, and it runs for 1 year. You're able to check in with us, and you can select different categories of benefits for yourself as an individual, or for your family, or for your business as an entity. Because you see, if you want to go to an insurance company, they will say you have to come as a minimum of 30 people. But you may not have 30 people in your company. You may be 5 people, but you want insurance. Minet has already arranged this plan, and it has a service provider panel that covers so many private hospitals in Uganda, in Kenya, and we even allow for referral treatment or specialized treatment in India. So from as low as that, you're able to get a package. That one is ready to go. We also have a number of other packages there. Your concern may be we are dealing with heavy machines. They are dangerous. Somebody can have their hand cut off. My colleague there is able to walk you through how you can have a GPA or group personal accident cover for your employees, whether you have your trucks that you need to insure, the trucks that deliver your merchandise to the market. There's a very big risk on the road, and you see an accident can end up closing your business because of the costs associated or the liabilities that come on your business. So we are very open to discuss with you and to discuss all possible health solutions. But we're also planning something with the Federation, whereby what we call micro insurance. Now we have what we call micro insurance. Just like you have micro SMEs, the really small startup businesses, we're also planning something that we have. But the beauty is that you need to come in numbers. So if you've got, for example, a circle, we can put together a package for you and you're able to enjoy certain benefits. In case you fall sick, in case one of the members is admitted in hospital, the bill is 5 million, 10 million. You know, these policies are able to respond and you're paying as low as maybe 5,000 shillings per month. But because you're in numbers, you're securing each other. Are we together? Yeah, so we can have a discussion after this. We'll be there at the Minute tent, the booth.
Just as John has said, nga bwagambye nti twesibe nnyo ku ebyobulamu because tulowooza n'oba mulwadde tojja kulabika nti ozuuka ku makya ogenda okola emirimu gyo oba ogende ku processing plant yo oba ogende otambuze bizinensi yo tekijja soboka. So ffe tugambye nti nga Minet tutaddewo enkola ez'enjawulo ezisuuka mu 5 kwoyinza okulonda okulabika nti oinshuaringa oba oteeka abakozi bo abatonotono ne babeera nga balina insula y'ebyobulamu okutandika ku mitwalo 68 tolina bwolina kisanga mu katale ka insurance. Ng'oggyeko insurance y'ebyobulamu tulina n'insurance endala nyingi nnyo zetuteeseteese. Tulina eri mandatory by government gye bayita workers compensation. God forbid omukozi omu abadde alina byakola ekyuma ne kimusala, obadde okola welding, fabrication, ekyuma kimusala, oba oli kapenta, mubazi, olubaawo, oba omusumaali ne gufumita omukozi omu ne gumuyitamu mu lugalo. Awo nawona insurance yandibadde erabika nti ejja in play nerabika nti ekuyamba okulabika nti kusesasula omukozi oyo, butakuyamba kutwala mu kkooti. Tuli ffenna. So nga mpumbabumba tutuukire ku mudaala gwaffe wali ogwa Minet. Quotation oba ogyagala ssaawa zino ejja kulabika nti ekolebwawo mu nnaku nga 2 olabike nti ofuna kaadi yo otandika okulabika nti okola ki osootandika ofuna obujjanjabi. Tekugirwa wonna wonna. Era bwe tuba tugambye tugenda kufuna million 3 ojja kufuna million 3. Of course ozisussawo olabika nti weyongererako naye nga terina kugulwa kwonna wekuba kuzaala ozaalirako wekuba kulabika nti oyagala ku bujjanjabi essaawa eyo obutandikirwako eri open olabika nti ofuna obujjanjabi obwo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lawrence and John. Maybe before we take the questions, we know it's almost lunchtime and we don't want to delay you. I'd like to ask Lawrence, there are a number of people here who are not sure about the services they receive when they are under insurance. A few people have mentioned before in other forums, if I go with my card to a certain clinic or a hospital, there's a special line for insurance people. They have to, maybe they doubt that the medicine they are getting is the right one. Some people have said, if you have an insurance card, they will give you cheap medicine. Can you, confirm that if I have my card and I have sought insurance, that I will get best services like any other person who is paying cash?
Ebalenye Doreen. Kakati tufunye omukisa nti mu ba SMEs abakuŋŋaanidde wano tulina SME gye tukavaringa oba mukyala zaavuga mwali muno ndowooza emu ku SME emu gye tukavaringa era ndowooza saba kibalisoboka twandifunye omuzindaalo mukyala zaavuga n'atuwa ku bujulizi obwa insure ibonga SME kubanzibira balina ekibiina kyabwe kiri Nsambya bali mu ndowooza 3-4 ne balina insurance. Basaba omuzindaalo atulabike nti
Francis, kindly pass on the microphone.
Mukyala zaavuga ononsonyi okuyimiriza but katuule ku bujulizi bwo.
Ebo ne bannyabo nsituse w'obujulizi ku kigambo kya insurance. Nze insurance eno nagiyingiramu kati guno mwaka gwa 3. kale nayingiriramu ng'ekyali ku mitwalo 3 ebintu nga bwe bigenda birinnya naye nze insurance njyenyumirizaamu erimu mukulu Lawrence Nsobi oyo kubanga waliwo we nalwalira omugongo ninzijanjabirwa kumpi obukadde 4 egumba lyali liseetuse naye insurance ye yakinkolera nenzirayo nimbeera mulamu era mundaba mu myaka gyange gino nina myaka kati 7 naye nga nkolaganye ne insurance eno ne kati n'akalinywalinga amannyo gano ge mulaba gonna gaali gannuma naye insurance yekinkoledde kubanga kati agasinga bagasirisa nali nkuula makuule naye bannaye nze sijja kwogera bingi insurance nze nkoledde mu myaka 4 kubanga nsasulayo obusente butonotono naye omwaka gugenda okuggwako nga nzijanjabiddwa ku bukadde nga 3 4 5 naye nga insurance yekinkolera ate bakuwa malwaliro amanene agategerekeka nga Case Hospital Mukwaya Hospital y'ensambya ewaffe n'ensambya Mengo gonna ago nze nga yingiramu lwa insurance mwebale nnyo okumpuliriza mwebalire ddala
bale nnyo mukyala zaavuga tuyenza nnyo tuyanzege mukyala zaavuga so mukyala Doreen oliwo abantu alabise nti yeegase ku insura y'ebyobulamu eya Minute Umbrella mukulu John gyannyonnyoddeko tukuwa kaadi eyo beekuweereddwa ogenda mu ddwaliro gy'olagayo of course oba otuuse mu ddwaliro emitendera giyitibwamu nga mukyala zaavuga wannyonnyodde nti ogiwaayo wali bw'omala ogyo ne bagamba gumiikiriza ne bagiteeka ku mashini n'esoma bw'esoma neraga nti olinako ssente z'amannyo bwe ziti n'oyitibwamu n'olaba omusawo wo gw'obadde ozze okubuukinga n'olabika nti okolebwako.
So much, Lawrence, for clarifying on that. So if you go to any clinic and they're asking insurance client to line up in a certain place, it's because they want to verify a few things. They want to verify that that card belongs to you and to be sure of the balances, but it's not because they want to give you a service that's not as good as the cash patients. So thank you very much. We are ready to take on any questions. If you have questions for our panelists, if you want to know more about insurance or you want to know about the app that Dr. Jackie talked about, please.
Waba wali ebibuuzo byonna ebiyinza okuba nga gyebiri
nsanyusa okubalaba bannyabo ne bassebo era pano yaffe yabala otulungamya mu nsonga ez'enjawulo nze Sabyala Mustafa Dean of Students wa East African Polytechnic College Kyambogo nga ngenda ekibuuzo kyange kigenda eri officer wa app ya digital health nga ffe tuli ku bayizi kakati abayizi bagenda gye batambulira kati nga mu ttu ez'enjawulo ne bafuna obuzibu ate abamu be beesomesa kati ebisale byammwe musobola basalirako oba ekintu ekyo kiri kitya n'abantu abalina obulemu waliwo abantu abalina obulemu obw'enjawulo nga ye alina bungi multiple disability nga alina okugenda mu malwaliro waliwo abalina obulemu bw'obulwadde bw'omutwe mental retardation kati nga ye teyandyetaze kutambula nnyo genda mu ddwaliro eryo erijjanjaba abalwadde b'emitwe kati apu nga wezze kubanga waliwo nga transport teri inclusive kati nga alina okubeera ku app with that guidance asobole okufunirawo ku services kubanga wagenda katugeze nga ku boda oba taxi n'ogamba nti no ŋŋenda mu ddwaliro weriti erijanjaba abalwadde b'emitwe, omusajja akuvuga oba omuntu yenna ajja kukozesa eyo opportunity okubba oba ayinza okuyisa eri mabbali asobole transport ebeere mpanvu asobole okulyako ezizo nga ate nawe oli mu kwejjanjaba. Kakati eyo app kyensaba nti waliwo possibility yonna esobola okupateninga n'amasomero ag'enjawulo okufunayo ba agenti bayo oba n'amalwaliro aga gavumenti oba n'aganakyewa basobole okutambuza enjiri eyo abantu abo baleme kubbibwa kubanga bambi bakosebwa nnyo. Ate app ezo tuyamba tusobole okubeera nga twetuusaako services eza digital health. Mwebali nnyo.
Neyanza nnyo ekyo ekibuuzo kikulu nnyo ddala. So obadde obuuzizza nti ku ky'abantu nga basoma price ya app eri etya. Tulina story yaffe eri mabegaawo era basobola okunnyonnyola bulungi nnyo in detail. Naye nga price nsaamusaamu nnyo nno ddala. Nti okubeera nga ogenda ku app n'oyogera n'omusawo, beeyi ntini nnyo n'okusinga okubeera nga otambudde wali ku clinic ogenda okulaba ku musawo. Ekyokubiri ky'oyogedde ku bantu abalina obulemu maybe ku mutwe oba ne physical disabilities. Eno application kyo mu butuufu ebeera nga ezze ku lwabo kubanga babeera tebagenda kwetaaga kutambula nnyo genda mu malwaliro okubeera nga osimba line ate ng'olina ebizibu ebirala. Naye kye nandibadde ŋŋamba nti naddala abantu ng'abo beetaaga okwekwatanga ku bakeyateekers baabwe bo kennyini woba nga tebasobodde kubanga bawuliziganya bulungi n'omusawo. Ne tubeera nga tulina details okubanga buli weeweyongera okwogera n'omusawo agenda ng'akumanya. Era records zo abeera azisitowaringa. Buli w'oyogera naye n'ogamba leero kino kye kyambaddeko ye abeera ayina w'azisitowaringa. So woddamu okukuba oba woddamu okwogera n'oyo omusawo abeera amanyi nti wiiki eri yaŋŋambako kino, guli omwezi yaŋŋambako kino. So in that way tusobola obeera nga tukwataganira ddala nga eno app esobola obeera nga ekuyamba. Ate ng'ekirungi nti tuyina abasawo aboogera ne mu nnimi endala si Luzungu lwokka, nye mu nnimi zaffe ez'e Uganda wano tuyina abantu nga basobola obeera nga boogera naawe era nga bakusobola obeera nga baku advising appropriately mu kye weetaaze. So abeera asobola okumonitoringa era we mukwatagana ne mukkiriziganya nti leero nkubye ku Monday nga yagala kukeberako ne ku Lwokutaano abeera akukubira okulaba nti leero oli otya. So this app really is for people like that.
Thank you. My question goes to Dr. Jackie concerning the app, because we've had apps at times you find there's what we call consultation fee. Before, you chat with the doctor, first send 150,000 or first send 100,000. How are your fees? Are they favorable? But then, what is favorable? Remember, we are small and medium enterprises, or still we are ordinary Ugandans. So before I'm sick, I'm not feeling well, before I talk to a consultant, how much do I need to pay? Thank you.
So just to re-echo and to re-emphasize, so this application is really affordable in the sense that there's also a trial period. So when you go download it today, they discuss with you how you can use the application. There's a trial period where you try out the services for free. So this is for you to know and understand how do I use the application, how do I call the doctor, how do I interface with the doctor, this health information that I'm getting, is it relevant? Then after that free period, there's some money that is requested for. However, we have a partnership with Minet as well. They have spoken of the insurance that they are offering. When you are under Minet as well, we come as a bonus. Okay, but still we have so many programs, and you need to go to our stall and talk more with the community health workers. So depending on how your finances are, how you are financially, we also have what we call sponsored journeys. There are people who are intent on ensuring that health reaches the community levels. So in that sense, certain people incur the cost for you so that you can be able to use this application for free until you understand the value, until you understand the benefit, where you can say, let me invest in this application because I have seen what it can do for me.
Maybe Mr. Mustafa aina kyeyabuuzizza about students ab'amasomero era tusobola okwogerako naawe ne tukolayo package ng'etunuulidde baana b'amasomero abo abaana ba university era nga tumanya abaana ba university teknologiya ngono abanguyira nnyo, so nabo tusobola obbassa ku ntegeka eyo nga basobola okufuna ekisinga obukulu kubeera nga bafuna access to professional assistance as fast as possible, nga tewali bibalemesa kutuukirira musawo mukugu kufuna bujjanjabi buno. So tujja kujja twogereko naawe sewo.
Thank you so much, John, Lawrence, and Jackie. I don't know if there are any other questions. Yes, there's a question, please.
Yes, neyanzisa nnyo neyanzege ba panelists baffe amanya n'eddoboozi Honorable Sagala Titus Galiwango, Councillor Kira Municipality, era nga nsanyuse nnyo okujja ku musomo guno ogwa SME Uganda. Nze nno ensonga yange era eri awo nnyini ku Mineti Uganda Insurance nga nebuuza butya bwe mugenda okubanga muvisitingamu communities nga mwina programu eyo okuvisitinga communities nga nze aviira mu Kira Municipality bw'otunulanga Bweyogere Division nti oba muzze mu Bweyogere Division ne mukolamu oba omusomo nti aba Mineti Insurance webali ne tusoba nga okubanga tutegeeza abantu baffe abandyagadde okubanga beenyigira mu kubanga bafuna insurance. Tuyina companies entonotono era nga bw'olabye small and medium scale companies gye ziri eyo oluusi nga tebali informed ku insurances zino nga bwe muzinnyonnyodde. Nze nandisuubidde nti ngaze bwe nfunye omukisa n'entuuka wano amawulire nsobola okugazzaayo nga tukwataganye ne tubaako engeri gye mutuuka mu bitundu byaffe ddala mu communities zaffe okulaba nga mwagazisa abantu okubeera nga bagulawo insurances ez'enjawulo oba like life insurances. Ekyo byebuuzo byange. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala, nsanyuse nnyo okubeera wano.
Mwebale nnyo Honorable olw'ekibuuzo ekyo. Nga Mineti twagala gendera ddala wansi ddala ku muntu asembayo. Twagala kulabika nti naffe financial inclusion eyo tulaba engeri gye tulaba nti abantu abasookerwako wansi baganyulwa mu nteekateeka ya insurance. Ensonga lwaki Mwami Katende yagambye tugenda kufunayo ne ka micro insurance ng'osasula akasente katono ddala okulabika nti ojjanjabibwa oba ofuna yinsuwa eyo. So Honorable tukwiye kuleka ntutuukira ddala ku muntu asembayo wansi, enjiri ya insurance tukwiye gitwalira ddala wansi, era tugenda kukwatagana nnyo ddala n'abakulembeze ngammwe okulabika nti obubaka butuukira ddala obwa insurance ku muntu ddala asembayo wansi.
Thank you very much, abakulu okuva mu insurance. Mine is just an oversight. Abantu insurance, ekigambo insurance, ekintu kino si kipya. Ekintu kino kyadda insurance. Naye ndabamu why nti abantu abamu baganye okwetanira insurance z'enjawulo. Balowooza nti insurance zino z'abantu basomyeko, bantu bagagga, bantu abali obulungi. Ate nga insurance eno nsuubira nti ya buli omu. n'omuntu akola akalimo ku mu small scale asobola okwensuwalinga ka bizinesi ke. Awo nno wensabira nti mulinayo enteekateeka nga temutunuulidde bano abantu abali corporate, naye n'omuntu alinawo ka baba shop ko wali ng'asobola okwensuwalinga akayumba ako obutakwata muliro oba okubeera insured mu life insurance. Kasoma ayinza okujja akantu ne kakwata amasannyalaze ne kajja, naye omuntu oyo akoze atya okulaba nti naye afiitinga mu package zammwe eza insurance. Sigadde nze Eyiru Andrew, I'm the director of Hair and Career Development Center. Thank you very much.
Sebo tweyanziza nnyo ekibuuzo ekyo, era nja kiddamu nga bw'okireese. Insurance yo engeri gye yali eteekateekeddwamu, osanga nti nno bitongole bye byasinganga okugula insurance, naye ennaku zino ebintu bigonzeemu nga n'omuntu owa bulijjo asobola okutuukirira insurance n'aterekayo ssente ze n'afuna amagoba, era entegeka ezo zonna tuziyina mu minet. Kaakati kye twetaaga ndowooza okukola kwe kwongera okutegeeza abantu n'okutambula mu bifo bye bakolera. Zimanyiddwa nnyo okutwalibwa mu bank ne mu companies, naye kati tukyusizaamu era nga ne products ze tukola kati zitunuulira omuntu owa bulijjo. Bw'aba alina saluuni ye, tulina packages ng'osobola okukavaringa business eyo ne bwe gubanga oba muliro gwe gujyokyezza, ebikozesebwa byokeddwa, osobola okufuna kye tuyita compensation. Era kati ojja kusanga nti tukoze nnyo emirimu egikwatagana n'okugonzaamu olulimi olwa insurance, kubanga nga bw'obimanyi bibadde nga technical nnyo, nga n'omuntu owa bulijjo aba tabitegeera bulungi. Naye kaakati tugonzezzaamu, era kyekituleeta mu lukuŋŋaana nga luno tutegeeza aba SMEs ne micro SMEs nti insurance kati tusobola omukola at a very very subsidized level, nga kye nagambyeko earlier nti tulina kye bayita micro insurance solutions. Zituukira ddala ku coverage nga benefits nene, naye nga akasente k'osasula katonotono era nga kasoboka, era nga tuli very delighted okujja twogereko nammwe, era tukyaliwo wano ku display yaffe. Tujja kwagala okwogerako na buli omu ayagala okwatagana ne minet. Tweyanziza nnyo ssebo.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll hand over to John.
Okay, thank you very much. The Minet team, where are the photographers? We need this shot. Please stand up and get your portrait. It's extremely important. Yes. Okay. You're welcome. I'm okay. Kati, we are going to go for lunch. But before we go for lunch, we have a presenter here, Dr. Ruth Musoka. Agenda presenting mu Uganda. Mulyoke mugende for lunch. Kati bwe tuva ku lunch, tulina presentation endala from financial sector depending that, should I speak in Uganda because we are starting. Okay, so after lunch, we have a session by financial sector depending on the deal flow facility. But right now, we are going to have a Luganda session by Dr. Ruth Musoke. After this session, we go for lunch. Nenda babali angenda bajjayo kubeno session nkulu nnyo. So, eno session nkulu nnyo because it's one of the most important today. So I want to ask, Dr. Ruth has come. She has kindly given us her time to come and share with us. She's the chairperson of the Directorate of Investor Training. eri all artisans abagala certification yaba saloon abachi DIT is the go-to institution. Dr. Ruth has an experience nene. She's headed the skills development facility mu PSFU for a long time. Aina project endalaja headinga akoze nnyo ne ba SMEs for very many years. So it's very important that we listen to her. Era kyengenda okukola bali abali ku line kangende mbajjeyo because this is a very important session. So I'll just ask Dr. Ruth, please. Thank you for coming. She's our partner and strong partner. You cannot call Dr. Ruth Mubintu Byafenata Kolashi Nataja Mukubire engalo.
Manyi mugenda kulya lunch. Mbadde ne schedule yange ngeri busy njabba wa eddakiika zange ndoza nga 2 mugende mukole ki? Mugende mulye lunch. Naye mbadde nsaba abali mu souls kubanga focus yange olwaleero ddala nga bakyala. Bw'oba oli mukyala ng'oli ku mudaala mbadde nkusaba osembere wano kuba mbadde njagala njogere ku ssente ze tugenda okugabira abakyala. Businesses z'abakyala ate andowooza ye wanawamu ku bintu bye nsoose okwogerako. I think this is the second place. Before we launch that fund for women, it would also support businesses ez'abaami naye nga mulina mu bashareholders nga bakyala. So mbadde nsaba abaliwo omukisa nga ye muzze leero bampise mubere nga mmwe abasoose okuwulira. Kati bw'oba oli eyo ng'oli mukyala mwabali ku midaala onoonya ssente za capital, onoonya ssente za innovation, onoonya ez'amashini, onoonya ez'okunoonya obutale. Tuula wano njogere, temunkubira amasimu nga temuwuliridde. Njagala mukomewo nga musaba busabi ki ssente. So that would help me a lot. So nga we babagambye njogera nnyo eri abantu abakola businesses ez'enjawulo. Naye bwe bampise nagambye ngenda kubagamba ki abaze olwaleero. Ekisooka njagala mbeebaze nti mutaddeyo time okumanya. Abawanguzi bonna mu businesses tebakoowa kumanya. Bawa time okuyiga. Era hall eno gye mulimu uma we muli mwami Murwane yagirivivinga yatusomesanga ekintu kimu. Era yenga ne bwabanga muntu nga alongoosa alina kyamuyigirako kubanga design eyakaswaki ke yakola akamu yakajja ku mukozi asemberayo ddala wansi. N'olwekyo mwenna njagala mbeebaze abantu bangi bembeeramu abalina businesses naye basoma bayiga tebava mu bintu nga bino. Kyova olaba nsazeewo olwaleero njogere ku program gye tugenda okutandika. Program eno etandika mwaka guno. Mu mwezi ogw'omwenda ejja kubanga etandise. Era baajogerako egenda kumala emyaka 4. Ekinene nnyo 5 naye 4. Naye kyemmanyi nti abasooka okugiwulira kuba abantu abagala ssente babeera bangi. Abantu abanasooka okujja be bajja okufunamu. Program eno era etagetinga ekigambo kiri nga wokiraba MSME, abantu awo business obutini. Naye nga ekigendererwa kyaffe tutunulira business yonna ne bw'ebeera ya mwami naye nga abakyala balina 5 ku buli 100 emigabo mu business. So therefore obanga oli mwami ng'ompuliriza nga mukyalawo n'abaana b'abawala wabawa emigabo nga giwera 5 mu gumu ku buli 100, eno program ogenda kuba ogibenefitingamu. Bw'obeera ng'oli mukyala nga business yo nga ggwe oba muli mu kibiina namwe mugenda kuba nga mukola ki nga mufunamu mu programu eno. Bwe mubeera nga mwakola cooperative yammwe oba association nga y'abakyala era mujja kuba mukola ki mufunamu. Kati mugenda kumbuza tugenda kuba programu eno ya bilioni 8. It is actually a very big program. Bilioni 8 sente nyingi. Era nga tugenda gikolera wamu ne Ministry of Gender ne Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Era mu budget sente already mweziri. Budget ya Uganda ey'omwaka guno. Naye nga twafuna grants mu World Bank okubanga tugikola. Kiki tugenda okusupportinga? Ekisooka tugenda kusupportinga ebintu 6. Kansookere ku kisooka. Ekisooka tugenda kusupportinga ebibiina eby'abakyala. Bwe mubanga eri ebibiina eby'abakyala nga birina emirimu gye gikola. Mwakola ekibiina kyammwe ky'abakyala, eyinza okuba association, eyinza okuba cooperative, naye nga mulina emirimu egibagatta gye mwagala okukola. Kaŋŋambe ng'okujja mwoleso. mubadde mujja myoleso naye nga mukozesa ssente zammwe. Bwebaayo ekibiina ky'abakyala ekiga nti twagala tuve wano tugende China mu mwoleso, tugende South Africa mu mwoleso, tukoleyo emisomo egyaffe ba members ab'ebibiina for advocacy. Ezo ssente zigenda kubanga bwe ziri, tujja zigaba 100 ku 100 nga temutaddeeyo. Eyo ye category esooka. Category ey'okubiri bagiyita eri esose ebadde ya platforms. Ey'okubiri bagiyita kusupportinga abakyala okufuna core business traits, kugamba okuba nti mufuna core business skills, ebintu omukyala bye yandyetaze ebiri basic okumanaginga business ye. Gambanga abasinga okubala obubale ebitabo tebakimanyi. Oli bwe bamugamba kola business plan tagimanyi. Bwe bamugamba marketing oli ne bamugamba nti tenda kadiru kakano genda okanegotiating takimanyi. Kati trainings ezo tukolaganye ne Makerere University Business School eya Professor Balunywa, eyina branches tugenda kukola nayo ne ba trainers abe ng'omukyala yenna toteekayo wadde 10 kasola bakalenda nti ab'emukono babasomeseza wano, ab'ewakiso olunaku luluno, ab'eggulu wano, ab'ennakawa owandika bwanisi n'ogenda n'osoma ku bwereere. Ate ovaayo ng'olina packs z'okozesa ng'ebitabo receipt, abasinga ne receipt tagimanyi bwefaanana. Receipt delivery net biki byonna bagenda ne mu butale mubayita ne bajja n'ebimotoka mu butale ne basomesa abantu we bakolera nga tolina ate kujja mu class. N'olwekyo eyo enkola ey'okubiri. Enkola ey'okusatu egenda kuba etunulira business kinoomu nga zino eziri wano. Eri abantu bangi benjogera nabo essaawa eno nga oyina ebizibu by'okusomesa abantu bye bayita skilling vocational skills, abakozi bo okola emigaati naye tebamanyi kugikola. Oyagala kutandika okukola pavers naye oyagala okuyiga okukola pavers ez'omutindo. Oyinza okuba oli mukyala oyagala kuyiga byakwewunda, obisomesa abakozi bo oba oyongeremu quality mu byokozesa. Abasinga obungi balina ne issues eza standards. Tugenda kuyamba abakyala abatalina UNBS certificates oba wayo subsidize a grant okuzifuna ku bwereere. Tugenda kuyamba abakyala abaagala okutunda ebintu ebweru ewa Uganda n'otuka ne bagamba baagala ISO certification, baagala kino baagala kire, ezimu baziyita hackers, okutunda ebintu ebweru. Ebyo ne tugenda kuba tubisasulira. Tugenda kuyamba businesses ezigamba nti nze nandyetaaza okufuna abantu abagula ebintu byange bali Germany naye enkola nti ogendayo, njagala ngendeyo mbanoonye, eyo cost tujja gisasulira. Ove wano ogende Germany naye sikugaanirayo butadda. Ove wano ogende Germany ofune bano ba experts boyagala oba partnership at our cost. Ove wano ogende mu import shop e Berlin, exhibition e Berlin, otekeyo ebintu byendabye wano ebintu ebyenjawulo abakyala bye bakola bibeere nga gyebiri. So for me that's extremely very important. Okay? Ekirala ng'ojja ku ekyo kye mbagambye tugenda na kuyamba abakyala mufune abasinga mukola ebintu ebyenjawulo si we kiri, naye ebintu ebisinga bye mukola abamu temwasoma, naye tugenda kubasobozesa ofuna certificate eraga nti kyokola okimanyi. Mukitegeera? Tetutunulira luzungu, fe tutunulira kyokola ki kyokola. Era I'm happy nti DIT we bali wano where I chair on my board, my team from DIT, where are you? Mujje babalabe. Tugenda kuyamba abakyala abaagala ofuna certificates eza DIT. Nga DIT certificate yo eyamba etya nti ne woobeera nga tewasoma ye certificate yokka mu Uganda ekuyingiza ne parliament. Mwali mukimanyi? Ne woba akoma mu pitu naye gwe n'ogamba nti nze mmanyi kyalaani, nze mmanyi kuweesa, nze mmanyi kukola ngatto, basobola okukwasa esinga okukola engatto okwo kuva ku level 1 bagenda bakwasa esinga byosobola okukola paka ku level eya senior 4 senior 6. Bw'obanga ogiwezezza nga tukuwa ebbaluwa eyenkanakana ne senior 6 ng'oyingira parliament. Era tulina abantu bangi abayingidde parliament naye nga bakosa DIT certificate. Mukitegedde bannange? N'olwekyo eyo sitolo y'amaanyi nnyo ku bantu nga mmwe. Abasinga obungi oyinza okuba oyagala tenda n'otuka okusaba tenda ne bagamba twagala ku bantu b'abakozi nga kuliko abalina degree. bw'oba tewagisoma teweeraliikirira genda mu DIT egenda kwasesinga obukugu bwo emaleku oyite mu process bayinza okugamba ddayo osomeko kati ni mu practical ffe tetwagala luzungu twagala kyokola ogenda ku ki ogenda ku DIT alright so please use it era abadde batalina I have my team here mbadde njagala I don't know if you I think you talked already but please introduce yourself and people will come and talk to you.
By name is Obonjo Robert. I work in the Directorate of Industrial Training, and Madame Ruth is my boss. There is also another person who is my boss who's not around, called Dr. Yakatona Patrick. For us, the Directorate of Industrial Training, we don't train, but we assess. We only need what we call the skill. We don't aim at the person that I speak English, I speak a lot of English. No, we focus on what you have in mind. What can you do? If it's making shoes, can you really do it? Those who are making shoes, some of them, they think that they are not educated. But why is it that the person who is educated is putting on a shoe that the person who is uneducated is the one doing it? For us, most of the time, as Director of Industrial Training, we look at you like you are educated, yes, but can you mend a button on your shirt? No, you can't. You give it to the person whom you think is not educated. So the Director of Industrial Training, we are here to remove that. We aim at someone's skill. So as usual, we don't assess, but we have assessment centers which are assessed by DIT and white certificates. We have different levels of which level 1, level 2, level 3. We have even modulars. We have even workers' pass. Workers' pass, it is workers' practically acquired skills that you've had a skill, but you got it from maybe your uncle, your auntie, when you make a dress that your auntie taught you how to do it. On that, you don't have that qualification, but we as DIT WELB, you have that qualification as well. If it's, let me say, the culture, those making earrings in a cultural way, that we also do that in the world of work so that you can also be recognized. I've heard so many. We have the Kamyufu. We have helped them be assessed and also be registered with ELA, Electricity Regulatory Authority. That's all. Anything you can know, we are here. All right.
Bannange DIT ekitongole ekyo nze nkikuliranga chairperson wa council mbadde nsaba nnyo mugende mukikozese abasinga abalina abaana government yasazeewo buli mwana alina okusoma vocation mukimanya ekyo kuva ku senior 1 naye omuntu UNEB oyo mulabanga UNEB weri kati DIT yegenda okukozesa ebibuuzo ebyo n'olwekyo abaagala ogenda mugende mufune akatabo kano abaana mutegere biki bye basobola okulondako kuba kati kyatteeka kya buwaze nti omwana alina okuba ng'akola ki ng'asoma. Okay, thank you. So mbadde mbasaba mujja kuyita wali eri mulabe information eno ng'abazadde omanyi mbagamba nti bw'ojja mu meeting nga zino era olina ky'ofunamu si bwe kiri kaakati ekyo nakyo mukitegedde kubanga ebintu bingi nnyo abasinga bw'oba oli wano ng'oyagala kufuna empapula zogenda olabe ATPs baziyita occupational standards byonna byonna weebiri wano ku level gy'otandikirako bw'oba nga tewasoma omwaka ogw'2023 katuli mu 2022 gamba nti 2023 nina okuba nga nina kyenfunye DIT mujja kugendawo kakati mbadde mbagamba lwaki ndeseemu DIT bw'ogenda ku DIT okwasesinga olina ssente z'osasulayo okuwa certificate ya DIT ya Ministry of Education kati program yaffe ejja kuba eyamba abakyala okufuna certificates ezo tugenda kuyamba n'abaami abalina businesses nga zikozesa abakyala nga bye basinga obungi n'olwekyo abaami temujja kuviiramu awo mujja kufunamu ekyokusatu kye tugenda okuyamba mbadde ku kyakubiri si bwe twabadde ekyokusatu tugenda kuyamba abakyala okuba placinga omukyala yenna bw'obanga olina bizinesi gy'obadde okola oba gy'olubirira okukola naye ng'eriyo abagirimu already nga banene tugenda kuplacinga abakyala mu bizinesi ezo oli bw'agamba nti nze njagala kukola migaati naye senga nfuna chance ne ngenda ku hot loaf ne bankozesa emyezi 6 oba 7 nga bwenjiga buli kimu, tujja kuba tukusasula omusaala oguli full ogujjudde nga osoma. Ate bw'onooba ovuddeyo tukuwe ne package gy'otandika nayo. Twagala okutunulira nnyo sectors ezirimu abaami nga be bazidominatinga, encouraging abakyala. Gamba ng'okola enguudo. Lumu nagenda e Rwanda, nali Ghana, n'ensanga abakyala abasinga okupaintinga mu area gye nalimu nga bakyala. Abantu company esinga okupaintinga nga bakyala n'okusiba tayiro. They were ladies, era buli muntu ng'agamba nze ennyumba eyange ogisiiga. Abakyala be balina okukola ki? Okugisiiga. So therefore twagala abakyala mwenyigire mu businesses ezirimu, kuba eno tugenda kuyamba abakyala 15,000. Ekirala kye tugenda okukola, tugenda kuyamba abakyala kuba nabagambye ebintu bingi, kati ndi ku kyakumeka, ndi ku kyakusatu, kyakuna, ndi ku kyakuna, kati ngenda ku kyakutaano. Yes, kyakutaano. Ekirala kye tugenda okukola, tugenda kulonda abakyala 1,000 mu Uganda yonna, tubawe million 10 buli omu. Oba onobeera ku abo 1,000 simanyi. Tuyinza okwongera namba ne tukendeeza, naye nga tulina ssente, twalokwetinzewo ssente nti abakyala balina businesses eziri innovative. Bw'oba nga gwe oyiyiza ng'omukyala n'ogaa nti senga bampa ssente ne nkola ekintu kino, ssente ezo n'otulaga nti osobola okukitandika ate n'okimaliriza, tujja kuwa million 10. Era tulina ssente z'abakyala 1,000 lulamba. Kati bw'oba nga oli wano oyinza obutabeerako mu bakyala abo, kuba osobola okwegatta ne munno. Mukitegedde? Bwe tugamba 1,000 oyinza okugamba sijja kusobola obwomu, kambeere ne munnange twegatte. Twagala ideas eziri innovative. Tojja kutugamba nti nze ngenda kulunda nkoko. Enkoko teziri innovative. Okujjako nga nti ngenda kulunda nkoko, male ennyama y'enkoko ngifuulamu ne powder, n'afuuka powder w'abaana ow'amata. I'm just saying. Ebadde bu example. Kyekintu ky'ogenda okukola nga naawe banno bagamba nti kyanjawulo. Not everything, but something innovative. Kati abaami mbalabye batandise okuyiiya, balowoozaamu agamba ngenda kuddayo omukyala nkimuyingizeemu. Tetulina buzibu. Ffe interest yaffe ku empoweringa bakyala. Babeere nti omukyala mu maka naye alabirwako nti alina kyakontributinga mu maka. Ekirala kye tugenda okukola, tugenda kuyamba abakyala okufuna ssente ku interest rate eya wansi ennyo. Omukyala agenda kuba afuna looni ku 5%, maximum 8% per year. Era tugenda kukola ne banks ez'enjawulo ezirina products ez'abakyala. Tulabe nga musobola okufuna ssente. Naye remember nti ffe tutunulira bu business ezibuno obutini. Mukitegedde? So tugenda kukola ne banks 6, tugenda kuziwandikira zonna. It is competitive, era banks eziri wano eziriwo ezimu nziraba nga ziqualifyingira ddala. So banks eziriwo abeewammwe gye mwavudde mu bagambe. Government yasazeewo tujja kulondako half, there will be government banks, half will be private banks. Kuze tugenda okukola nazo. So sente zino ze tulina eza banks ziri $70 million, which is about maybe billion ngoba 2.7 ba 3 nga 3 bwe zityo. So tugenda kola ne banks. Omukyala ajja kubayingira mu bank eno naye nga tofuna ssente zikamagoba ekinene nnyo 8% per year. President yasazeewo n'agamba nti ayagala ssente z'abakyala ze ziba zisinga okubeera the lowest on the market. The lowest on the market. Kakati mwe abatuwuliriza abatayagala government, njagala bagamba ekintu kimu. Eri atasasula musolo wano. Eri atasasula bannange neogula airtime okola ki? Naye abantu abasinga obungi tebaagala kumanya programs za government. Zijja ne zibayitako n'ogamba nze ndi wa red, simanyi nze ndi wa blue, simanyi. Bano ne bafunamu gwe n'okola ki? N'otafunamu. Kati mbadde mbakubiriza nti ffe waffe we tuba tugaba ssente ezaffe tezibaako kala eyaffe ya business. Ne bw'ojja ng'oli wa DP wa nuupu waaki kasita otulaga nti business, we give you the money. Era tubadde tukikola ebiseera byonna nga private sector foundation Uganda. Kakati mu banka zino ze tugenda okukola nazo tulinawo enkola endala gye tutaddewo nazo nti omukyala anaafunanga looni n'agisasula bulungi ajja kuba nga addizibwawo 3 ku buli 10 z'anaaba yeewoze. Bwe wowola million 10 ng'omukyala n'osasula mu budde ofunayo akasiimo ka miliyoni 3 ekyo nakyo kigenda kuba weekiri. N'olwekyo mbasaba banks kati omwaka nga guggwako tugenda kuba tuzengeejinze era tugenda promotinga programu eno manyi nti mujja kuba mugifunamu. Ekirala kye tugenda okukola tugenda kunoonya ebifo ebirimu abakyala gye bakolera. Ebifo bino eby'abakyala twagala ebifo nga mulimu abakyala bangi kuba tukimanyi nti abakyala abakolera mu bifo ebingi balina ebibasomoza nga bakola. Osanga omukyala nga talina na kifo wasobola kuteeka mwana. Omukyala ne waba agambye nti njagala kwoza ku lugoye lwange talina wakola ki? Ne bwagamba nti njagala kugenda mu kinaabiro nga tewali ddala mu buno obutale obwaffe arcades ez'enjawulo. So tugenda kukola ne bannyini arcades mu Kampala mu towns ez'enjawulo. Tugenda kukola n'abo obutale tubazimbirewo daycare centers ku bwereere. Omama wajja n'akaana ke alina wakateeka. Ate bw'amala ayagala ku URSB tagenda kujja ku URSB, tugenda baterawo center computer centers. Tugenda kukola ne NITA nga wali otuuka mu lumu ngaliwo computer URSB ogifuna, ofuna URA, ofuna abalanzi mu kifo ekyo kimu. Mukitegedde eyo gavumenti ffe kyetusindisa okukola centers ez'abakyala. Era tugenda kuba nga tuengejinga UIA naye ejja kuba weriye tukoze nnyo naye mu kintu kino. N'abantu abali private arcades abagamba nti twagala okuteekawo facilities z'abakyala tugenda kuba nga tubayambako okuteekawo facilities ezo. Eyo component erina ssente nyingi. It almost has about nga ndowooza nga $60 million, which is a lot of money. Mu Uganda shillings ziba nyingi. Bwe mba nina biliyoni 2 era so akola centers okuyamba abantu abawera. So therefore that is another opportunity. Kakati mbadde njagala obbakubiriza abampuliriza mbasaba mwetegeke. Twagala kola n'abakyala abeeteeseteese. Ne bw'obeera ng'olina ka kampani ko ng'oli omu bwoti tujja kuyamba bw'obanga otusuubiza nti oyagala kuformalizinga weeyongere kyobulaba URSB eri awo. Okitegedde? Bwe tutandika okukwatako twagala ng'ojja kuregisteringa ne bizinensi yo kati bibuulize wali bali awo babatunuddemu abasinga mubalaba naye nga temumanyi kye bakola. Mukitegeera mikwano? So tubasaba muformalizinge businesses zammwe. Abaami abampuliriza tubasaba muyige okuteeka abakyala mu bintu byammwe n'abaana abawala kubanga abasinga abaami temwagala kuwa abaana abawala kantu, temwagala bateeka mu business. Ffe tugamba mubateekemu. Bw'obanga omutaddemu wanayitawo omwaka era onoofuna kuba tuliwo emyaka 5 kubanga businesses twagala business ng'emaze omwaka at least mulamba ng'ebaddewo. Abali wano abampuliza nga babadde ba exhibitors abasinga muli banene mwetegeke bwetegesi kubanga twagala enneneko businesses ennene mba njagala mmanye okola otya eriye businesses ng'oli ampuliza naye nga newe nkubuuza okola ssente mmeka tozimanyi. Si bwe kiri? Nenkugandaga ekindaga nga tokola ki? Ekirala tewali agenda kufuna ssente yaffe nga talina tin number. Tewali ngegenda kujja ku akaunti yo nga tolina, kijja kuba kizibu kubanga tukozesa IFMIS. Payment ya government ya IFMIS eyagala tin number. Abagenda okusoma obusomi abo tebeetaaga tin number okwo kwa bwereere. Ojja genda tujja kulaga gy'olaga ebifo ogende bakusomese ku bwereere. Naye twagala tudde tulabe ng'ate bwe tumala okusomesa weetereeza n'obeera ng'osobola okukola ki? Ate okupgradinga osobola okwewola ne ssente ezo ze mbagambye. Mbadde mbasabamu abampuliza bwe mmala genda ku URSB ofune information. Genda ku DIT information ogifune. Aba Post Bank abo bo tugenda kukola na zino banks zisinga tugenda kukola nazo. Naye nga terms zigenda kuba different. Bajja kuba bakola ki? Bababuulira. Ate nsanyise nti ne bana aba Siyatini nabo weebali. Siyatini ejja kuyamba ebibiina. Bano bakola nnyo ku bintu bya advocacy. Musobola obbatuukira abalina ebibiina nga mwagadde mujjukirako kye nasoose okwogerako. Mukijjukira? Oba mukyerabidde? Mulabika mukyerabidde. Awo bayinza obbayamba mu ebyo. Abasigadde mbasaba amaaso ku lutimbe. Sebutemba. Amaaso mugateeke kuki? Ku lutimbe. Tujja kubanga tuli ku radio, tujja teeka ebirango mu mawulire kubanga program tugikola ne Ministry of Gender. Tujja kubanga tuyita mu Uganda yonna okujjukiza abakyala. Era mbasaba programs eza business muzirabe ku TV. Abasinga obungi we ziba zizze ng'ojjako. Mulabe pakasa. Mulaba pakasa mundabako ku pakasa. buli lwa mukaaga nja kubanga njogerako programu eyongeze. Mukitegedde? Kaakati nze mbadde njagala nkome wano ku bino kuba kyekyandeese kino kubateekateeka abatajjangako ku private sector foundation mujje eriyo programs endala naye nze eno yendeese eno kubanga gye ngenda okukulira. Nze ngenda ogikulira ate nga njagala ssente muzifune. Kati ekitegeeza mbateeseteese. Si bateeseteese? Abalina ebibiina by'abakyala ne mutugamba nti tukola mikeeka simanyi tukola juisi sujuyi biki mbabuuze ekibiina kyo wakiwandiisa nti nedda. Muyina boodi yammwe simanyi akakiiko nti nedda. Bwe kaba weekali mutuula ddi? Ndabira ku kinti mutuula. Mukitegeera mikwano? Ebyo nabyo mbibasa mubeere nabo. Companies mwetegesike. Ab'ebibiina ndowooza kati mmaze okujjako nga muyina ebibuuzo ku byenjogedde. Nze ndaba eddakiika ze nabadde ziweddeyo. Ayina ekibuuzo akimbuuze then mbeere nga nkola ki? Kababa wakazindaalo.
Peyanza nnyo nnyabo. Nze ni Wabine Hana nga nze CEO wa Hana Products. Kati madamu mbadde mbuuza like me ebisinga byonna byonna nabiyitamu UNBS nagifuna now like three stamps of UNBS. Ni RSB nagiyitamu dda kati mbaye njagala manye butya bwenyinza okweyongako eyo program neyanza nnyo.
Weyongera okufuna mwe?
Yeah.
Kaakati gwe nayo olabikoze leeti. Si bwe kiri mikwano? Kubanga njogedde ku nkola ebintu nga 7-8.
Ngamba butya bwenyinza okufuna wa wentandikira.
Kati gw'obanga obyagala olina kwebuuza mu bizinensi y'ekizibu ki? Ekizibu kyo mu bizinensi yo kiki?
We need capital.
Capital mbagambe nti sente sibagambe zigenda kubeerawo. Esente eya loan maama wange nga bakuwa osasula 8% per year. 8% per year. Tezibeera wansi nnyo. Abasinga musasula 10% per month. Okitegedde?
Kitegedde ddia naye ate fe abamu kati nga nze sikirizibwa kukolesa sente ezirimu amagoba.
Eza Islamic?
Yeah.
Kaakati gwe bw'obanga oyagala kuba kati banka ze tulina ezigaba Islamic okujjako ng'ogenze mu microfinance support center kuba nabo tusuubira okukola nabo oba ne tropical yatandise Islamic. Kati bw'obanga togenda kufuna loan mbadde nkusaba bizinensi yo tuula oyiye kiki ekipya ky'ogenda okukola nga ensi ejja kugamba nti okikyusizaamu kipya osabe sente za innovation grant kuba za bwereere.
Ezo ze njagala.
Ojja kufunamu sente ezokola proposal. Abaagala sente ez'obwereere mutandike kati okuyiiya kye mwagala okukola. Ojja zifuna ku bwereere nga si za magoba.
Nyabo nzikiriza sifunangako mukisa kwogerako nga woli naye ekinsitudde nsaba abantu abali wano omukyalo tumukubireko mu ngalo. Njagala okutwala omukisa guno okukwebaza ennyo Madam Musoke olwaniridde abakyala b'eggwanga lino Uganda. Ffe gye tubeera tukulaba ku TV. Nze siri mukyala wabula emirimu gyenkola gya kikyala naye nze nsiima busiimi era genda mu maaso tulwanirire abakyala ba Uganda babeere bulungi. Mukama akugabirire.
Webale nnyo webale bane buli lwa mukaaga mbeera ku Bukedde TV ku pakasa program etandika ssaawa emu kitundu. Si bwe kiri? Emu kitundu ne DIT tubeerako okubasomesa. Mugituninge buli lwa mukaaga. Wabadde wana abadde abuuza ekibuuzo baweddeyo? Mumuwa akazindalo mumamalawo babiri mmale ngende.
Hello, Madam Ruth, all the members, all different dignitaries, I greet you all. I'm called Nagai Sophia by the names. I'm the president for the Women Monetary Empowerment Nation. We are here to serve for health and wealth. We have so many ladies here exhibiting. But my question is, there are so many programs that come across. They are very beautiful, but when you go to get the real fund, it becomes impossible. Programs like UWEP, Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Program. I have ladies, they've filled the forms, they've gone to division, back and forth, but they totally failed. So how different is this fund? And how easy will it be for us to access? Otherwise, I welcome you all. I thank you so much, and I wish to get your contacts again. Then also direct us to PSFU offices and tell us what we have to do to become members and to start preparing ourselves. Thank you.
Kakati mbadde njagala okubagamba nti ekibiina ekibaleese kya federation members ba private sector foundation Uganda. N'olwekyo okuba nti muliyo mbasaba busabi mubeere ba members abategese ekintu kino olwaleero. Era njagala bakakasa nti bwe tunaba tulonkinze program njabbawo omusomo gwa lunaku lulamba musaba mutya ssente. Nja musaba abayite ngubawe. Bwe tukola omusomo guno tubayigiriza okwapplyinga osaba otya. Ne woba tosobola kwogera luzungu tukuyamba n'osaba. Ekizibu kye tufunye nze nakola SDF naye nyambye abantu emitwalo 500,000. Naye ekizibu kye twasanga nti abantu bangi kuba nyambye ebibiina 1,000. Ebibiina 1,000 bibeera bingi mu Uganda nga nambo ogiwadde ssente. Naye ebiseera ebisinga abantu abasinga bajja leeti nga project eggwa. Kati bano abajja amangu be basinga okufunamu. Abasinga bagenda okujja nga abantu basabye bangi nnyo nga ne ssente ziggwawo. Kyova olaba mbagambye mmwe muli ba mukisa. Senga muba mutegeddewo ne musabirawo kiyamba. Kubanga muba mwakatandika ssente ziba nnyingi naye zino ssente ze nnina okumogolako buli mwaka. Kakati oli bw'abanga zeleeti abatasifunamu. Ekirala mbasaba ebisaanyizo bino mubikoleko. Eriyo omuntu ayinza okujja naye nga nekyayagala takitegeera nga tali kiriya kyayagala. Ebisaanyizo nga tabirina. N'omubuuza oli ludda wabasinga obungi bakola nnyo kampani nga bawulidde ssente. Naye bw'oba ddala nga wooli tulina obukakafu, tulina testimonies abantu be tuyambye. Era njagala obbasuubiza mwami wa Lugembo oba ali luddawa. Tujja kujja abayite abatali ba member ba federation ye mufuke ba member. Tugenda kubayamba njabbawa officer nga wammwe abakoleko era nja musaba abayambeko following affairs zammwe abana baba members be nga advantage eyo gye mba mufunye okuba nti muze olwaleero ate muli ba member be.
Tweyanziza nnyo nnyabo amannya nva nungi Saala owa mukisa nungi Habo Clinic. Tweyanziza nnyo ebigambo ebirungi ne chance gy'otuwadde tugenda kujja. Naye mbuuliza bahabalisiti bannange nga nange mwendi nkola ddagala. Eddagala eriwonya endwadde ez'enjawulo. Kakati nze ekyetaago kyange kye nnina ekirooto kyange oba kye njagala okutuukiriza. Njagala eddagala lino okulifunza ndizze mu mpeke. Nze kye kirooto kyange naye ate w'ogenda okunyumyako n'abalala bannaffe bwe tukola omulimu ogumu era nabo owulira nga kye kimu kyagamba. Naye obusobozi bwa ssente kye kibadde ekizibu nga tewaliiwo wojja ssente. Naye kati koze oba kovuddeyo oba bwe tukutegedde tulabika tugenda kuyambibwa. Era bwe tunaaba twekuŋŋaanyizza kubanga tulina ebibiina ebitufuga nga ffe ab'eddagala. Nsaba tujja kwekuŋŋaanya tukunoonye oba tunoonye Mr. Walugembe nga bw'ogambye. Naye nze ekirooto kyange kyakola ddagala lino ndizze mu mpeke nsobole odditunda ebweru w'eggwanga. Kubanga kati nditundira si mu mpeke wabweru w'eggwanga naye bintawaanya. Bikutawaanya olumu okuyita ku airport, bikutawaanya okunoonya akatale. Kati nga jjo navudde ku airport ssaawa 5 naye ng'eddagala ligenda wano Dubai wano kumpi. Naye nga nnina oddyogerera n'ebirala. Naye tweyanziza nnyo nnyabo tweyanzeege.
Kale kakati aba Habo ennaku zino gavumenti etwala sekta ya Habo nti y'amaanyi ya nkizo. Era mbadde njagala obbagumya nti Habo ewaffe tugisapootinga. era programs zetubadde nazo twasupportinga Dr. Grace Nambata ayina ebibiina bye yaleeta ebya habo ne tubisupportinga. Tulinayo companies nga Aloisha, Biggie, twabawa under the project I had, twabawa grants eziri direct over 100 million I think each. So there are mwete mwamanya kubanga nabo kati tebamanyi naye gwe kati omanyi kuba kati program gye bafunamu yaweddeko eno mpya. Kyembagamba nti bw'ojjanga mu bintu bwebiti olina kyoddayo nakyo. Kati bw'otegeera ale era weetegeka ekintu ky'ogambye ekyempeke kiri innovative nti osobola n'ofuna ziri miliyoni 10 eky'obwereere kati okipackaginga otya. Oyinza okuba oyagala empeke ne omuntu ajja n'agamba njagala kukola kino naye nga ne bw'akikola kati olina okuba ng'omanyi empeke ani anaazinkolera ne expert anaakinkolera mashini zenjagala ziri luddawa za ssente mmeka neetaaga ki neetaaga obukugu kikoga byonna byonna n'oba ng'obiristinga ne tulaba nti bijja mu ssente ezo oba si kyekyo ne weeteeka n'ofuna looni kuba looni z'abakyala tetugenda kusaba musingo. Essente ez'abakyala zino gavumenti ze tukoze nabo tezigenda kuba za musingo.
Waliyo omulala?
Kaakati bannaye nange essaawa zange zeezo eriyo omulala omukale wali omu muwe male.
Mpozi bajja kwetaaga ne ku nnamba yo maama.
Musibe mutya bassebo ne banyabo. Amanya gange nze Mwebe Abdul Nasa. Nze CEO wa Alpha Media social media agency. Naye obuzibu bwe nina bannange buli bumu. Ebintu byonna bye muli okukola. Byonna bye muli okukola bituza mabega kyekisooka. Ekisooka kye ndio bagamba kiri kimu bwe kiti. Abadde ayogera atugambye mbu twetaaga okuinnovatinga. Naye oba oinnovatinga obuzibu obubeerawo kitwala ebbanga lya myaka nga 10 kudda waggulu. Naye ogamba okuinnovatinga ate waliwo omulala ajja okukwatira tugeze nkola bizigo by'abaana bato. Naye onaagamba mbu njagala binnovatinga biterere beere birungi kigenda twala ebbanga nante omulala agenda kuva eri ante gwe wookomye woofiridde ante atwala ekintu kyo. Kati nze ekyendio bagamba tetwetaaga kuinnovatinga twetaaga kukola ki ku borrowinga ideas nga bonalaba abachina kye bakola n'abajapaani baani bonna kye bakola kubanga nze nkimanyi kubanga omuchina aborrowinga ideas okuva ki mu America. Ye ekirungi ky'alina alina ebintu bibiri. Aina speed, aina n'ekine population asinga America population 3-1. Kyakola tugeze kati eri mu America we baba bayize ekyuma. Wangi? Time. Tugeze eri we baba bayize ekyuma. Bo babala mu America bateekayo ba spies kyengamba. Bo ekiriwo we baba bayize ekyuma. Sawa zineno kigendo America bagendo kifulumya nga abachina bakifulumiza dda. Kyovola abasawa zino abachina batutte market yachi yaba America kubanga America ye erinda chemba dembuza madam. Wogamba mbu abantu ba innovating kigenda twalira obudde madam. Ate n'ekyokubiri kituza mabega kubanga olaba wonagamba okuinnovatinga fena abasinga tuli bavubuka. Nze nkola na companies nene kati sijja kugamba mbuno woba oyagala kuinnovatinga tugeze wagatunda kintu kyobweru weetaaga sente nyingi nnyo kubanga we tuba tugamba marketing tuba tulwana na products mu bwongo bwa muntu kubanga teriyo product ntuufu teriyo product yesinga ginewaayo just tuba tulwana ki n'obwongo bw'omuntu. Nkangeze mbuno
kamuyambe muddemu sebwe onyambe ekibuzo ky'obuuzizza okunyamba okunnyonnyola abantu. Bwe tugamba innovation tekitegeeza nti ojja kukola oyinza okukola ekintu nga kipya nga gw'osoose naye oyinza n'okukyusaamu. Njagala obbawo ekyokulabirako. Mwenna mwali nga temulya chapati nga temulya magi naye nga tulina Rolex. Mutegeera point eyo. Twali tulya Rolex emyaka 3 emabega kati owa Rolex yakola ki? Yafuna chapati n'agigattako eggi n'akola ki? Kati ideas ze mugenda okukola temuva nnyo wala, ebintu ebyangu ennyo bwe biti. Ng'olaba oli yagamba safe border, ekyo kipya nnyo. Ekyo kipya nnyo. Oba ne boda zaalingawo, tetwaberanga n'obugaali era nga ne pikipiki we ziri. Kati tunuulira ebintu ebyo by'obadde okola. Oyinza okwesanga nti abantu abasinga ye engeri gy'abadde akolamu ekintu gw'okyusizaamu kiki? Ekyayi okikutte mu kifo ky'okugamba nti kisiba mmere naki, oba oyinemu ekintu kyakyokoze mu kyayi. Oyinza okuba oli kyakolera ddala, oyinza n'ofuna ono Wahabu gwe n'ogamba nti Yehabu amukola, naye nze ngenda kukola ka paaka nkakole nga kali mu buli kimu k'abaana ku ssomero. Senyiga onoonya endwadde eziruma abaana ku ssomero, n'ogamba gwe oyinayo ka safe child park nga si gwe obikoze n'obikola. Mutegeera point eyo? Kwegamba kuyiiyamu engeri gy'odelivaringamu ki ekintu kyo. Oyinza n'okuba nga kati abantu abasinga bakozesa nnyo WhatsApp, TikTok kwogera mboozi lugambo. Gwe n'oganze ngenda kukyusa enkola yange egenda kuba bwenti. Ngenda kusomesanga abaana bwenti. Bwe naba nga nzimbye ennyumba, peyinti yange ngikyusaamu ngenda kukola bwenti. Mukitegeera mikwano? Kyembadde mbasaba kubanga n'abantu okufa edda tetwaberanga na funeral service. Naye mukyala Regina Mukibye yafa yagiyiya, mumumanyi? Naye kati buli muntu business akola ki? Gwe noonya omuntu ekintu kyolaba nti yeebasa otulo gw'okimuggyeko gy'ofune ssente weeyongereyo. Mutegedde mikwano? Gwe nga oyongerako obwongezi okola ki? Eriyo n'abalala nga baali baayiyadde ebintu byabwe naye nga talina capital emuyamba kola ki? Kikola. Oyo naye nga tumuwa. Mukitegeera mikwano? Tusobola n'okuwa omuntu nga kigenda mutwalira time kubanga program ya myaka 4 oba 5 nga tusobola okukkiriza okukozesa time eyo n'okimaliriza ate na n'okikola. Naye nga omuntu ajja ofuna max ez'amangu ye muntu ono nga ekintu kikolerawo wakiyiya. Mulabe nga Covidex yali ng'olwedde yatandika dda research naye nga talina ssente ki? Obuzibu bwe bwajja n'atandika okukola ki? Mukitegedde? Abantu bano bonna ebintu bye bakola bakyusaamu bukyusa. Oli naddira omugaati nti kakati eno simanyi baga. Banne ogula baga ne bakusera naye nga bw'ogyetegereza tewali kipya. Tugenze ku KFC bw'ogendayo kipya kye kiriyo. Kati nammwe mbasaba mu byalo gye muli mugende muyiye. Oyinza okwesanga gwe obucupa bwe bamala babusuula nga gwe obucupa osobola obukola n'obujja mu kapeti. Just simple as that. N'okwata embaawo ebitititi ebyo bakola gwe n'obikola ng'okola decorations ez'amawuti. Simanyi, I'm just giving you examples. Naye kirungi kyambuzizza era nsubira nti kati mutegedde nti when we say innovation, products ze mulina already ze muba mutandikirako naye muzikyuseemu. Bw'oba ng'olina kiwalootedde okukola ng'ogamba nze bwe nkwata oba toilet papers oba ebintu kasasiro ne mukola bwenti nja kubaako kye njijjamu. Please go for it. Okay? Njagala okubebaza era njagala komaano. Simanyi mwami wa Lugembe waali ndowooza nze kambe sibulire mugende muli ekyemisana mundeke kambabuulire ennamba yange bw'ogifuna oba omala biseera kubanga nze sikwata amasimu nina ekirwadde ky'okwata amasimu njagala kyekituufu. Naye ate bwe mbanga mwine ya mwami wa Lugembe ye bw'anaaba nkubidde nja gikwata ate bw'anaŋŋamba nti abantu bano mbakusindikidde era nja kubalaba ye password yammwe ye aŋŋamba message just naŋŋamba nti nina abantu bano obalaba lunaku ki njaddubawa nga bwankubidde nenzija era bwenja okukola era ekyo nkikakasa nja kikola. Si bwe kiri mikwano? Abagenda ku YouTube teekamu erinnya lyange. Ekirala ku lasti abadit mubalabe kuba be bandeese wano okujja okwogera nammwe. Abaagala information eya DIT mugende mugifune. Mwebale nnyo, mwebalire ddala.
Banayo tumuwe obugalo mukyala Ruth Beans Kamusoke. Nyabo tweyanziza nnyo, tweyanzeege. Ndowooza bannange muwulidde ebigambo ebyo. Obuyambi gye buli, ssente gye ziri, grants gye ziri, naye tweteeseteese tutya. Nja kubasaba nga bwe tufunye omukisa ne tujja olwaleero mu mwoleso guno. Buli omu yeewandiise. Ku registration waliwo baŋŋambye abamu temwewandiisizza. Tugenda kufuna emisomo egy'engeri ng'eno n'obuyambi obwogeddwako nga tuli wamu ne Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises. So mbasaba mwewandiisa ababadde tebannaba kwewandiisa mubeere nga muyingira mu database eyaffe eyawamu ey'abannamakolero. Saawa eno tugenda ku kyamisana, nsuubira buli omu yafunye coupon. Tukisavingira wabweru wali, buli alina coupon oli waddembe ogenda ne bakuwa ekyemisana. Ate tukomawo, tulina ebinonogge ebirala bingi, tulina aboogezi abalala bangi abagenda otuyisa mu ngeri gye tuyinza okufuna ku ssente, engeri gye tuyinza okufuna amagezi ag'okutambuza bizinesi zaffe. Mbaagaliza ekyemisana ekirungi, ate ndowooza mu ddakiika nga 3 tujja kuba tutandika ne afternoon session. Mwebale nnyo, mwebale ddala.
In your businesses, we have family funds, or we have institutions that have been set up to lend to companies, and these institutions exist. However, they do not know who the companies are, and also the companies don't know who they are. So you keep getting stuck with the banks, and yet there's an alternative. So that is where the deal flow facility comes in. So we are funded by European Union to cover that gap with SMEs accessing long-term capital. But now there's also another major problem why investors don't find SMEs attractive, because of the way SMEs operate in Uganda. It's either in your structure, governance issues, you're not registered, you're not paying your taxes, you're not, your human resource policies are not right, your governance, you know. So investors want to invest in businesses that are streamlined and organized. So that is where we come in. So when we work with companies, we offer business development support services and technical assistance. So we identify, for example, we'll identify Vanessa and say, okay, what do you do? What are your gaps? How have you been operating in the last years? What's your revenue like? We identify the gaps in there, and then we try to help you. So with the funding that we get, we try to help you cover those gaps so that when we present you to an investor, right, you're able to, you know, they find you attractive. They do not start questioning and saying, oh, how come you do not have a board? How come you do not have a financial manager? Most of you don't have finance managers. The owner is the HR person, the owner is the finance person, the owner is the operations person, and those create risks. Because as an individual, if I'm going to put money in your business, I need to know that it's not going to fail. And that is why sometimes banks also reject your businesses, because they look at your profile and they know that if we lend money to this company, they will not be able to pay us back, right? The other advantage with using investors is the interest rate is low. Unlike banks, because it's long term, we tend to, the rates tend to be lower than the actual bank rates. So the deal flow facility then is a matchmaker, like how you matchmake a man and a woman. So we matchmake the company with the investor, and then the investor helps you add value to your company, right? So our criteria is a bit stringent. We want to work with companies that are registered and operating in Uganda. So we want to support Ugandan companies. Companies that have been in existence for more than 2 years, because we ask for 2-year audited financials. We also want to work with companies that are looking for funding of $500,000 and above. So for us, we are not looking to support early stage companies. We want to support growth stage, because companies get to a level and they stagnate because they can't get money to take them to the next level. And that area has been neglected. So that is where we fall in. So that is what the deal flow facility is about, and that is what we do. We also offer business development support. So we have lots of trainings, lots of assistance that we give to enable you understand. Some of you don't understand what taxes are or what taxes you're supposed to pay, and yet you have to. So then we collaborate with URA to train you. We partner, for example, with FSME. We have so many partners, PSFU, UMA. We have very many partners that we work with in the market to make sure that you get the trainings, so that when we link you to an investor, because the investors we work with are both local and international. Yeah, and they could invest in your company in two ways. They are either giving you money for debt or they are buying shares in your company. Now, buying shares in your company is also positive, and most SMEs fear that because you say, I started my baby, I don't want anyone to take it. But you will not go to the next level unless you grow and you get the capital that you require. And most of these investors don't just come with money. They come with technical know-how and technical know-how. Because most of them have done this, they know they have connections, they are able to provide market for your products, they are able to help you with marketing, they are able to help you with all aspects of a structure or to structure your organization in a positive way. So that is what the deal flow facility does. I don't know if you have any questions for me at this point. Their flyers are going around, so any questions? Yeah.
Good afternoon, each and everyone. I'm Isaac, CEO of Vanessa Beauty Product. Questioning. I'm going to talk about UIA, Uganda Investment Authority. Yeah, how to get those certificates, because I'm not feel comfortable when I don't have that certificate. And I don't feel comfortable if I don't have QMAC. One day when I starting Vanessa Beauty Product, I started with the 4 kilos with a small saucepan. They are down in Mutungo, between Kasokos and Mutungo. When I start, KCC come, catch again there and then. What you call it? I want to weigh what? Technical question is, and it was one to arrest me. I'm saying here, there is a tree, and the tree is training the dust. That's why I start here in this Muchibirao. Naye gwe ng'olina ebibuuzo bingi ng'oddamu mu by'abantu. Konze nanti emiti gisengejja. Y'ensonga lwaki nkolera waneno mu miti. Ate mwogera nti tukolere mu environment ennungi. Kati awo ne baakola ki? Ne bandeka. Entandika bwe ntyo mpola mpola. We are still in a small saucepan, but at least this one is big. That you're talking about to $500. $500 already Vanessa take a mwezi. And I wanted to from $500 to 500,000. Okay. Ekyo kirungi. Awo step njirabye. Obukwakulizo. One day I visited UDB. Byaza luliro bagamba bataddemu sente UDB mugende muzigire. I visited them. When I visited them, ne bagamba oyina ekyapa. Ekakwakulizo number 1. I don't have, because I'm queer to from step to another step. He sent me to Post Bank. Post Bank, era kyekimu. Oyina ekyapa. When I don't have a chap, land title you can't. Oyina group. Oba tujja bayamba naye nga muli mu group. He force you to get a group bayaye ate we bamala okukuwa sente. Nze mpezange bw'otazimpe nja kwokya factory. That he force you. Ati ekyendaba nga goyinza okukola ki mpola mpola paka lwofuna abantu abatuufu bw'okola nabo mu factory. Rakati I have a team gye nkola naye. Name one during COVID nabayimirizaamu because of what? because of sibasobola kubasasula bulungi naye nensigala nga nkola ki ate to keep the product kubanga bw'oba watandika company oba watandika nze I have never stopped even COVID-19 ng'abantu tebamovinga naye bansaba nga akazigo nenkabawa ne bakafuna era still ne bagenda maaso mpaka wetuvudde mu COVID ne tuba nga tukyagenda maaso kati obuzibu load broker eziri mu financial whatever load broker nyingi you have to do this you have to get this group to give you money woba osusiza emyaka bwe giti tetujja kuwa because toli mu group kaakati awo we wali ekibuuzo tufuna tutya akasente okuva mu eyo step okudda mu ndala kozi bw'otandika yes still talking bw'otandika n'ogira n'osaba sente ezo oba wakatandika kikola URA nkubanja I'm demanding when you start UNBS nayo nkubanja kakati awo we are not comfortable about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Like I said earlier, you have to organize your business. Unfortunately, if you don't register with UIA, with UNBS, if you don't register, if you don't pay your taxes, unfortunately, you're going to stay at that level. So you need to ensure that your structure is as it should be. If you don't register, no bank is going to lend to you. Even if you go to your investment group, if you're not registered, they will not lend to you. So you need to ensure that at least as your company, you are not dodging, you're not avoiding taxes, you are not registered, you're not certified. At the end of the day, if you keep going around in that area, you will stay small. But if you want to grow, the first step is to align your business. Unfortunately, there is no way out of it. That is the gospel truth. You have to align your business for anyone to want to invest in your business. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon. Vincent Kalema is my name. Eggman. Yeah. The matchmaking looks like, of course, would be fit for those that are looking to grow, looking for tune up to about $500,000. The question, however, is, do you, before the matchmaking, do you prepare the would-be companies to be fit? I mean, sometimes it could be a journey with most of our companies, especially as far as corporate governance is concerned. I understand that mostly all the other investors, even the preferred investors, are very interested in the corporate governance. In my experience in other business we do, I have seen private equity investors and the matchmaking happening, but this is a process that takes a very short period of time. You would find a business that is fit, but you can help them through, take them through the process, maybe a journey of a year before they are ready. So I was asking, do you accept those that may not necessarily deem it fit or qualified in the moment, but maybe 2 years or 3 years they could be, just preparing them for that time. Thank you. I hope you've eaten an egg today.
I hope I do. What? I've eaten an egg today. Yeah, I've eaten an egg today for breakfast, but I didn't eat an egg, man. So I will. Okay. So thanks for your question. Yes, we do. Like I mentioned, we offer technical assistance and business development support services. Now, for the early stage companies, like I mentioned, we work with the growth stage companies, the medium companies. Now, the early stage companies, there are so many incubators right now and hubs that are offering these services even for free. So we have so many incubator services around, and if you align and like with the PSFU or UIA or whatever, they have all these hubs incubated, and they know who they can direct you to, but also we also know those who are on the market, so we can always point you out to them. But if you apply to us and we know that we see that you qualify and you're fit, but you have gaps, this is a 5-year project. So we are patient. We can take you through it, even if it takes 6 months or a year, provided you fit and we know that, because it doesn't take, it can't happen in 1 week. You can't organize your management in 2 weeks. It takes time, it takes training, and it also takes mindset change, which doesn't happen overnight. Yeah. Any other questions before?
Thank you, Brenda. Mine is about the potential investors. Are you at liberty to share who some of those investors are?
I can't mention the names, but we do have investors, because we want to work with companies from all sectors. We also are targeting local and international investors who are willing to support in all sectors, whether it's agri. Okay. So whether it is agri, whether it is fintech, or it is manufacturing, we are trying to get investors from all walks of life. Unfortunately, I cannot mention them right now, but we do have. We also have local investors actually that we are working with, both local and international. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brenda. Stallone Sylvester is my name. I work with Rocket Health. Our stall is just behind there. And don't forget that we're offering some free services: blood pressure check, diabetes, HIV, and any consultation. And we are proud to be associated with FSME, and we're members. I'd like to thank you very much for the solution that you're bringing on board, because I've been listening to all the submissions from the players, and most of the concerns or challenges, majorly it is the solution that you're bringing on board. And I'm just curious, if you don't mind, could you share with us the beneficiaries whom you have registered that have benefited from your solution?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Peace. I'm from TIO, Tours and Travel. TIO Tours and Travel has been in business for now 10 years. We are going to be celebrating 10 years in September. We are in an industry, we are living in the COVID era. We are in an industry that was hit hard by COVID. So my question is, are you looking at an industry, like at people like us in a special way? Not because we are a special case, but is there that provision for people like us who are hit hard? Because at some point we are out of business. Yes, that's my question.
Okay, so I'll just answer your question first in terms of the beneficiaries we've worked with. So we officially launched in January this year, and we have about 90 applications, and we have so far matched 4 companies. They are still in discussion, so we've matched them to investors. They are having discussion, but they've not yet finalized, so I'm not at liberty to mention names, but when that is done, we'll definitely do so. Yeah. And also in terms of COVID, we all know COVID hit everyone, yeah? So of course we are very cognizant of that fact. Even when we are doing our due diligence, we are aware that the period between 2020 and 2021, some businesses really tanked. So if your revenues went down, or you had a stallation in your business, it's something that we are very cognizant of, and we take that seriously because COVID affected everyone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. My name's Nandutu Alfreda. I'm the CEO of Paradise Bugis Coffee. So my question is, sorry I came in late, so I'm taking you back somehow. So My question is, what are the requirements for a business to be considered, like the basic requirements?
Yeah, so we have 3 main criteria. One, you have to be registered and operating in Uganda. Then you have to have been in operation for more than 2 years, because we look at your audited financials. And then we are looking for companies willing to absorb $500,000 and above. So that's if you're looking for capital of 500,000 and above. Yeah. Any other questions before I close? Okay. So if you want to be a part of the deal flow facility, we've shared our brochures on the table. You can read through. You can also visit our website to access the application forms, and then you can apply, and then we will be able to get in touch and see how we can work together. Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello? Members, please hold on. We still have one more session to go. Let me thank Financial Sector Deepening for that wonderful session. Hope our members, our colleagues have benefited from that interaction. Next, we are going to have a session, a brief session, chaired by Siatini. And it's going to basically discuss the African Continental Free Trade Area. That agreement which was discussed earlier, which was talked about earlier in the morning discussion about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which was signed by over 54 heads of state and governments in Africa, and it created the African Continental Free Trade Area. So I believe as small and medium enterprises, we are the target. We are the enterprises that are targeted to participate in the African Continental Free Trade Area. But of course, there are a lot of questions surrounding how to participate, where do we go, how do we start, what is needed. So those of you who have questions and issues that you may want to be addressed around AFCFTA, this is going to be our session. It's going to be as brief, and it's going to be chaired by Madam Joanita Nasuna from Siatini. Please enjoy. Thank you so much. Madam, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Francis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joanita Nasuna, and I work for Siatini, Uganda. I work for Siatini, Uganda, and I lead the program for women economic justice. And I'm here to talk about the African Free Continental Trade Area. But the women I represent, most of the time are comfortable using vernacular, and I would like them to benefit from this conversation. So I'll be using vernacular in most of it so that they can be able to follow. So I would, if there are women out there who are interested in this discussion, kindly come and participate. So, basabo ne banyabo tubaniriza tugenda kwogera ku African Free Continental Trade Area. African Free Continental Trade Area katale kansi ezaffe ez'omu Africa nga tugenda kutandika okuba nti nno tusuubula wamu. Fenga mu Africa, Uganda, ng'esobola okuba nti nesuubula ne Nigeria, esobola okusuubula ne Angola, Angola esobola okujja wane Uganda nesuubula nereeta ebintu byayo nga kiri tariff free, nga tebasisinkana musolo wakati awo. Otwala ebintu byo ne bisalamu, nabo baleeta ebyabwe ne bisalamu. Akatale kano katandika mu nsi za Africa nga ensi 54 zasayininga era zatandika okusuubula, zaggulawo. In other words, tusobola okutandika okuba nti nno tufulumya ebintu byaffe ne tubisuubula. Akatale kano kagenda kuyamba nnyo ffe ng'abakyala abali mu by'obusuubuzi, kubanga katukkiriza okuba nti nno tusobola okutradinga informally. Nti omukyala nga tonnaba ku registeringa business yo, nga tonnaba kufuna standard mark oba quality mark, Q mark eya URBS, osobola okuba nti nno weetaba mu kusuubula kuno. Bw'oba oyagala okutambuza ebintu byo n'obitwala Angola, tewaliiwo kigenda kukugira. Naye ate era ffe nga buzi n'ab'ebyobusuubuzi nga tugamba nti agenda okusinga okuganyulwa mu katale kano still ye muntu ng'oli registered, ye muntu ng'ofunye QMark, ye muntu ng'otuukiriza omutindo ku bintu byo by'okola. Akatale kano kali private sector led, 90% private sector led, si ka government. Akatale kammwe mmwe abasuubuzi abali wano. Tuwulira nnyo abasuubuzi nga batugamba nti bwe tuba tulemereddwa okusuubula wano ewaffe e Uganda, ate kati tunaasobola okusala amawanga ag'enjawulo ne tusobola okusuubula. Yes, wano e Uganda wayinza okukulema, akatale ka wano ne kakulemesa, naye ate Angola nga products zo zirinayo akatale. Akatale kano is an opportunity. Nti ekintu kyo bwe kiba kiganye wano e Uganda, e Kenya kisobola okutunda, e Sudan kisobola okuba nga kitunda nga bakyetaaga nnyo, e Nigeria kisobola okutunda. N'olwekyo twagala okuba nti nno we interest tuteekayo okwagala n'okwongera okumanya mu katale kano. Ate era okuba nti nno tugenda kuba tutwala ebintu byaffe nga tewaliiwo musolo gutukugira. Oyinza okusanga waliwo emisolo emitonotono, a few domestic, but import duty ku katale kano ali at 0. It is free trade for goods and services. Nti tekikoma ku ku products zokka naye ne bw'oba olina service nti oli musomesa, ne bw'oba olina service ng'omukyala nti nno oli doctor, nti tewagenda kubaawo kigaana. You don't exactly need a permit okukolera e Tanzania nti weetaaga work permit. Ezo zonna restrictions and hindrances baziggyeewo after ratification. Ensi bw'esalawo n'esayininga omukago guno eba openinze, eba ekkiriza. Ate lwaki tulina okwenyigira mu katale kano zaffe? Ojja kwesanga nga ku shelves mu supermarkets ebintu ebiri mu supermarket biva Kenya. Kenya has taken over. Ojja kusanga Nido. You're going to compete. Bagenda kuleeta wano ebintu byabwe kubanga they are aware and they are taking advantage. Ojja kusanga nga hani gwe munywa mu nnyumba zammwe muli mu kunywa hani wa Dubai. Most of the products ze mu consuminga bw'olaba mayonnaise mwesanga nga products ezisinga eziri mu supermarkets right now si za wano Uganda. Lwaki bo batekinze advantage? Bamanyi nti no it's an opportunity, ate ffe tubawagira. Kyova olanga twateekawo n'omusoso ogugamba Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. Kubanga twesanga nti no in Uganda tukonsuminga more of imported products than ebyaffe bye tukola. But lwaki bo baganyulwamu? It is because they are aware, bamanyi, ate bafaayo ne bakola ki? Ne taking advantage of the different markets. Kiyinza okusurprising nti Nido tali as marketable in Kenya nga bwali wane Uganda. Therefore, kati nga Bella wine yabadde agamba nti Bella is good quality wine at the national market. Tetumanyi we are getting challenges. Ebintu byange national market tebitunda. Nina obuseera bwange mbukola buli ku mutindo naye wane Uganda tebabugula. Take advantage of the Nigerian market. Take advantage of the Angola market. Abasuubuzi tubagamba nti musobola okusala ne mufulumya ebintu byammwe free. You're going to trade within each other, within African markets. Find out, oyinza okwesanga nga gwe nisyo nga gwe ekintu ekirina okusumula mu Nigeria yagenda okugula ebintu byo byonna. So, twagala, first of all, ekigenda okusinga okuyamba, please, mu enrollinge ku digital platforms. Take advantage of the digital platforms. Facebook. Naye bwe mbeera mwe advertising, do not target the Uganda market alone. Take advantage of the African market. Abantu bali out there bagala quantities, products, bagala tons, bogerera mu tons of products. For example, waliwo omusuubuzi eyatutuukiridde nga ayagala shea butter. It's a cosmetic company eri Germany. Ayagala shea butter, ayagala tons and tons of shea butter every month. Naye kaakati mmwe ng'abasuubuzi mwetegese mutya okuba nti no mu benefitinga mu butale buno obw'enjawulo. Nti babeera bakutuukiridde enkya. Can your product qualify? Twagala ffe, tubeere nti nno tweteeseteese. Tusooke tulekerawo okwekubagiza embeera eriwo. Embeera, yes, ffenna tukosezza, and we cannot ignore the fact nti etunyigiriza. But try as much as possible buli kanaku okuba nti nno ogezaako okutuukiriza omutindo. Ebintu bye Uganda challenge ebisinza okufuna as they cross the borders. Wano mugenda ne mufuna URBS certificate ne mufuna QMark. Bwe mmala okufuna QMark, you become reluctant. Nga all your effort mwagiteeka mu kufuna QMark. The moment you get the QMark, nga mu becoming a reluctant on standards, ebintu nga mutandika kukola nga bwe mwagala, and later when you take your products, mugenda okusanga, because one thing for sure is that when you cross the global, kati nga boga nti bigenda Germany, for example, for that shea butter, the first prerequisite was that mukwate shea butter yo gwe mugamba nti mugenda tusupplyinga, we want to test it. Musooke muleete sample for testing. Tulabe oba it qualifies. And that was a prerequisite. That meant nti bw'oba omuntu nti wafuna Q mark kubanga the people were identified bali bafunye Q mark. Naye kakati oba wafuna Q mark noba reluctant somewhere, it means at the end of the day tebasobola kujjako bintu byo. So kya buvunaanyizibwa nnyo ng'abasuubuzi okuba nti nno tufaayo kuuma omutindo. Nga bw'ofunye Q mark wali okuva ku URBS, try to maintain the standard all through. When now processing, because you don't know when contamination happens to your products. Echilala, what the African Free Continental Trade Area offers is that abachala abasinga that trade, most of the women but trading are perishables. Tebannaba kwongerako mutindo. But abachala aba trading are perishables, for example, hibiscus, tomatoes, mangoes, perishables, ebintu ebivunda. Threshold, ebintu byo bwe bibanga bw'obibalamu awamu byogenda okusuubula nga tebiweza 5,000 bw'obibalamu cost yabyo as you're trading them, they don't go beyond $5,000. Kiba kitegeeza nti tolina kusasula musolo wantu wonna. That's the threshold. Otambula n'okwata ebintu byo n'obiyingiza Kenya n'obiyingiza Sudani, maybe you will only incur the transportation costs of where you're going. Naye bwe kiba nti musolo nti owa customs akustopinze ku border kubanga bye bino ebintu byatusinkana nti abakyala batugamba nti nze nabadde ntwala obummonde bwange tani y'obummonde wange ogenda ogibalamu nga ssente zabadde teziwera. Naye customs officer yansabye ssente. Yaŋŋambye nti nina okusasula omusolo bwe guti. Abakyala abasinga abali informal naddala aba trading perishables temulina kusasula musolo. Mufeeyo okumanya musolo ki gwe mulina okusasula. Naye nga abasinga abakyala aba trading, you are tariff free. Mugenda Sudan, all you incur are transportation costs. So twagala okuba nti nno mubeera aware nti ku border bw'otuuka wali customs officer tomuwadde n'ekikumi. Omuyitako buyisi, not taking advantage of that opportunity. Don't pay. Abakyala bwe batuuka ku zi border batandika okukozesa routes ez'enjawulo babagamba bw'oyita wali tosasula musolo bw'oyita wali, but choose the right routes. Genda mu gate bagambe nti ngenda kusuubula kino ntwala bintu byange Kenya, ntwala bintu byange Rwanda, ntwala Sudan. You're not supposed to pay. You incur only transportation costs. Naye nga oba tolina kusasula musolo wantu wonna. So bw'otambula ng'ekyo okimanyi. Ng'okimanyi nti wano mpitawo naye sisasula musolo. Era owa customs bw'omugamba nti lwaki onsaba ssente? Bw'omugamba ssente onsaba zaaki? N'abaami bw'oba otrading ebintu nga biri perishable. Kubanga waliwo abaami abali mu busuubuzi abatunda obummonde Sudan, abatunda Kenya, abatunda wa. Please, don't pay the taxes, especially if you're dealing in perishables. Don't pay the taxes, it is your right. That threshold, most of the time you don't meet it. So try. But also, abakyala bano, FSME and Siatini Uganda, and other organizations, PSFU, tuli mu convening groups of women. Groups of women tumanye nti no abakyala, what do you trade in the most? Lwaki twagala convening women in cooperatives but also in groups? Okuba nti no tutapinga into the other markets, but also okuba nti no tusobola okusupplyinga volumes sustainably. Kubanga one of the challenge ebintu bya Uganda no ebifacinze timukola supply for the first 3 months and then the next 3 months temukyalina. So at the end of the day you lose out on customers kubanga temusobola kumaintaininga katale. Challenge eyo kumaintaininga akatale ebadde challenge nnene. Waliwo ebintu wano ebiri very tradable, emwanyi ziri very tradable, and we tell you do not give up on coffee. Tulina okumanya cooperative advantage yaffe. Uganda has the best coffee globally, so do not give up on coffee. Twesibe ku mwanyi, but also lwaki Uganda teganyirwamu kubanga they don't add value, tebongera mutindo. Abasuubuzi mwongere omutindo ku bintu byammwe. Bw'oba olima muwogo oyongeddeko otya omutindo, kola akawunga ka muwogo. Akawunga ka muwogo bw'onaakakola kiba kitegeeza nti muwogo takyali perishable. Tajja kwonooneka nga oli mu kusuubula bintu bino. Mufiirwa nnyo ebintu wano ku customs nti wabeerayo delays ku border, ebintu ne byonooneka ne bye-expiringa. So bw'oba oyongeddeko omutindo, ebintu bino expiringa tekijja kukola ki? Ojja kuba tokosebwa by your things expiring. So that is something else. Then also okuba nti nno mufuna sun drying, for example. Abantu kati fruits nebyo ebintu ebiri perishable, they are adding value by sun drying. Ate n'akatale gye kali globally, worldwide, nga tuvudde ku African Free Trade Area, but also tuli mu mukago ogwa WTO, World Trade Organizations, whereby we are open to trade out of Uganda, but also with countries like USA and UK, USA ne London. Bannayuganda, you're open okuba nti nno East African community, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, mulina guarantee okuba nti mutwala products zammwe tariff free, as long as you are an agro processor. Agro specifically. Musobola okutwala ebintu byammwe ne mubisaza ne mubiyingiza mu USA ne mutwala products zammwe e UK, as long as they are agro products. However, when you go globally, minus the African Free Continental Trade Area that allows you to trade informally, globally you should have a QMark, you should have an IOS number, you should have a QMark, you should have an IOS number, but you should also be tax compliant. Naye, at least those markets, the US market and the UK market, musobola trading tariff free. So, twagala nnyo okuba nti nno tutappinga into these markets. Twagala nnyo okuba nti nno mutaking opportunity of these markets. Twagala nnyo okuba nti n'abakyala mutandika okuba nga taking advantage of online platforms to trade. It is very pertinent. But also, fe buvunaanyizibwa bwaffe nga associations eziba representinga, kuba nti nno tucreatinga linkages ne associations ez'enjawulo mu mawanga amalala, ne mumanya obutale gye buli ate ki kye beetaaga. So e Uganda we mulemererwa okuba nti nno musobola okutaking advantage of the national markets, your products will be very marketable elsewhere. So temuggwaamu maanyi. That is why you should interest yourselves. Ne muba nti nno gundi eyo PSFU gyegambye okuba nti nno you participate in exhibitions. Exhibitions has been an area ezitunda abasuubuzi so much, naddala abakyala, and they open up for a certain percentage of women in different exhibitions, participate in exhibitions. That's we mumanyira ate we babamanyira. But also that is when you get exposure okumanya kiki amawanga gali kye gatalina mwe kye musobola okukola ki okubawa ate nawe bamanya products zo zolina. So please, let's take advantage of this opportunity. It is a very big opportunity. Let us interest ourselves in knowing more. Mbagambye, for starters, if you're still informal nga tonakufuna UNBS certificate, eno market eri inclusive, mutandika okusuubula bannaye. Mutandika okusuubula, mutandika okugenda ku website mulabe Nigeria yeetaaga ki. Tandika okushowcasinga, bw'oba olina engeri gy'olina aba Nigeria mikwano gyo, tandika okuba interesting in what you do. Nti akatale kaggulawo dda. So it's about time. Bw'oba toyise ku border, osobola okukozesa ba clearing agent. The moment you get a market, get a clearing agent, they can transport your goods wherever. The clearing agents are there to do that job for you. So you can also take advantage of them, but also alternatively, If you can just go to the different borders and move your products. Waliwo Trademark Company, it's responsible for transporting goods across the borders. You can also take advantage of such opportunities. Kali, thank you very much. Do you have any? Mwina kubibuzo byonna?
I'm Charles Mpima. I deal in agricultural products. Madam, you realize that the biggest problem we have as SMEs, when you check the stores there, you find that most of us are in agribusiness. And the biggest problem we have is the market. So when such initiatives come, we get excited. But my question is, I don't want to sound pessimistic, connect us to those markets. Because I personally have tried to move around to market my stuff, in other countries, our neighboring countries. You follow in a market and you are a complete stranger. Completely. How do I normally wish maybe at somebody at the embassy, at somebody in that particular town to take me around? Because you go into a foreign market, the way people behave, everything is completely different from what you have been seeing in Kampala. And where to begin from? It's a struggle. You just wish you had somebody to take you around. And what you are marketing is already in that market, produced locally. There's a time I pushed stuff in Rwanda, and I supplied on credit. Prices dropped before I could get the final payment. And they gave me a call. Stuff is still here, prices have fallen. If you can't reduce prices, come and pick it. Which is not very common here. In Southern Sudan, we all rushed there. But I just wish you know that most of us came back and we don't want to go there. The Kenyan market here on produce, it's the Kenyans who come here. We have gone there, we have failed, we have got cheated. With them, they come here, we treat them well, we never cheat them. So they are the ones who come, even up to the border in Busia. Maize and whatever is taken by Kenyans. Ugandans don't go. Very few do it. So the only way you can help us fit that market is by maybe establishing relationship with the urban authorities or an organization of your nature here, there, to get us connections, to invite us for exhibitions. We invite them for exhibitions. That maybe would be a good beginning. Otherwise, on our own, it may not be very easy. And you can advise us to sell a product in Nigeria. It's not easy to sell my product in Nigeria. Of recent, we had got a market for cassava cakes, not the flour, in China. These people have been picking cassava chips from Thailand. Here we are giving them at a lower price, and they were excited. They asked us to take our products for testing. We took them to Makerere, we sent, and they were like, they are comfortable with it. But now, the issue of transport. The issue of transport makes our products more expensive than the one from Thailand. And the other center that whatever picked is Nigeria. Our products still became more expensive than the cassava from Nigeria. So you find that most of the products we have are in these neighboring countries. So with us, when we factor in the cost of transport, the cost of transporting those things, they become more expensive. I don't know what you will do to help us enter those markets, but I know it's a very big job that may need maybe more efforts. Thanks very much.
Yes, I'm Isaac. Come again. On top of that marketing, the market I'm willing is there. The more you're marketing your name, when you are going to Nigeria, you just first look media. You market your name. Everyone singing your name in Nigeria language or in Canadian language, whatever you are. You market your name. When your product enter in the people, bwe babitegeera bulungi, awo ne bw'otika tani mmeka tekijja kukostinga transport nnyo. Because obeera oyina market omaze ogikola. Most Ugandan tebagula kintu bo nga tebannaba kukiraba ku gundi ku TV. Omala kuteeka ku media, omala kuteeka wonna ne bakiyimba nnyo everywhere nga balaba erinnya eryo ebirinya ne batandika ne bagula. Kali market gyeri. Naye ekyebuuzibwa zino standard ez'otugambye za UNBS n'ebirala bikola mpaka eri mu bazungu oba bwe bituuka eyo bajja kusaba certification endala ez'ewaabwe oba zino ziri clear of international. Neyanza.
Kale, thank you so much, Sebo. Kantandike naye, then I revert to this gentleman. Sebo, standard eye Uganda, standard ya Uganda. Neye Kenya standard ya Kenya. Kakati tulina block eya ESC. Tifenga ESC tuli chimu, tuli chitole. Naye nafenga ESC tuli mu Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, kati Burundi, kati twayongeddwako Sudan, Sudan, then twayongeddeko Congo, DRC. Naye challenge tukyalina yeyo ya standard harmonization Uganda. Standard ye Kenya. However, you are a BSA, you are a SB, whether omitting the standard, go following the standard yeyo to the end. Oba osobola beating a standard ye Kenya, because usually the minimum standard is similar. There is a harmonization somewhere. There is a similarity. As they build on standards, they borrow from others, the regional, the neighboring countries, never comparing. So that bamanyi nti bona tusaye ekintu kyo kireme kubouncinga. But a standard tekoma ku product yo egenda kubanga ya standard nga giswo atuukiridde wa mutindo naye nga packaging yo temitinze standard ye Kenya. Bekwase packaging bagambe nti no product eryoka ebizigo birungi nnyo, cosmetic terina buzibu, bagikebedde, terina damage yonna ku bulamu bw'omuntu, because that's what they look out for in the products, nti terina damage ku health. But bagenda okutunuulira packaging yo, it is poor quality. It is not shelf friendly. Nti ebizigo bino ebinaabeera mu shelf muno ne bimalamu omwaka tebigenda kwabika. Naye ng'okwabika kwabyo kuli because the plastic was poor. It could not be shelved. Kati ebyo batunuulira. Number 2 nga bwe nagambye ti abantu bafuba nnyo okuba nti bafuna Q-mark eno. Naye bamala kufuna Q-mark nga barelaxinga. Kati baba tebakyefiirayo kulaba nti nno batuukiriza omutindo guli gwe batandikirako. Kati obola nga bwe twatwala kasooli waffe Kenya kituufu yalina aflatoxins. Kituufu. Tebamu rejecting of rejectings. Bagenda okutuuka kasooli omukebera nga that content aflatoxins zikola ki mweziri. ti abantu bafuba nnyo okuba nti no bafuna QMark eno basobole okukola kye baagala okukola. Bwe bamala ogifuna baba tebakyefiirayo. Kati eyo challenge kwekwo okusoomoozebwa, but otherwise standard ya Uganda is good enough. That's why annually you RBS ekomawo nebachekinga mukyatuukiriza omutindo. But ekirala wano Uganda kye tulina challenge mucho ye packaging material nti it is poor quality, very poor quality. Simanyi kye tugenda kukolera packaging improving. Azamu yali egula wano empapula and ink from Uganda supporting Uganda. Azamu yagenda okusala engano yayo ogitwala e Zanzibar, bagenda ogikebera nga bagamba engano eri contaminated. But engano okebera contamination contents eza Azamu yali ink nga yagenze mu ngano. Because of the paper and ink Uganda yali providing. Era Azamu neddamu nesubula empapula Egypt jezijja ne ink kubanga Uganda quality yaffe yali so poor. So those are the challenges. So contamination yava ku packaging. Olaba kati byebyo ebintu ebyo ebisoomooza. Kaakati ekirala transport costs byebintu bye tuli mu kunegotiatinga. Transport costs wano ku African continent oyinza okwesanga ng'omuntu okuva ne Uganda okutuuka South Africa nga sente z'osasudde ze zimu n'oyo agenze e London ng'onaaseera n'okusemberera oyo agenda e USA naye ng'oli okiridde bukkirizi wansi wa Africa. So ekintu kya transport costs ze zimu bye bimu ku ebyo ebintu bye tuli mu kunegotiatinga era be bali mu kutunulamu ennyo okulaba nti nno kano akatale kakola ki akatale challenge eno barrier ya transport eri address era bali mu ku they are involving transport companies ennyonyi abatambuza ennyonyi shipping companies abatambuza ebintu ku mazzi okulaba how they can address the issue of transport costs and tusobola okuba nti tusobola okutambuza ebintu byaffe without incurring a lot of costs. Kubanga ekyo it's a very big barrier at naye era bali mu ki addressing and looking at it. Ekintu participating in exhibitions kikulu nnyo kubanga we bakumanyira weeyogerako. Ekintu ekiri ku kusuubula outside your country is that outside the countries people buy stories. Ajja kutunuulira product yo amugambe nti product eno nkola peanut butter naye peanut butter wange ono I involve abalimi nga 100 ewaffe. So by this one product you're supporting 100 farmers back home. People lwaki tulina okuparticipating in exhibitions outside our country that they buy stories. They buy stories. Funa ka video kateeke ku Facebook. Oteekeko how your product comes to ogende paka mu nnimiro gambe these are farmers that are participating in ginat planting. From there, as we add value and do the post-harvesting, we involve this number of farmers. So omuntu agenda okugula product yo ng'amanyi nti erina backward linkage nti tegenda kuganyulwamu ggwe ng'omuntu gw'alaba but egenda kusupportinga so many others are depending on this one product to grow. So even when you put that story nti nze product yange naddala abalimi for the agro-processors, as you're marketing yourself, you market your story. How does that product come there? What challenges do you go through? What are the nutrition values in your product? Bw'omuntu bw'agigula aganyulwamu ki, afunamu ki, ekyo kye bagula. So exhibitions are very pertinent. Kati nengamba nti since PSF is offering okuba nti nebawa chance eyo okuba nti mufuna free movement in 2 different exhibitions, please make very good use of it. Mukole mu groups mubeere nga muparticipating. Naffe as Siatini we are negotiating protocols. Mu AFCFTA eno agreement mulimu protocols. Protocols zino mulimu ya gender protocol, that has negotiated that allowance okuba nti nabantu aba trading in perishables can be able to trade informally nti omuntu togaanibwa genda Nigeria kubanga tolina URBS certificate goba weekakasa omutindo gw'ekintu kyo n'ogamba ekintu kyange kiri of quality tekiri mu ttaka biki I'm confident in Nigeria nja kutundayo you can go. They will not stop you. So we are negotiating for those flexibilities nti buli omu participating buli omu aganyulwemu as you grow as a business person but ngokyali even an innovator you're just starting up you can go and start up in Tanzania. Tanzania is supposed to open up when you feel that you can work better in Shia Batangol in Nigeria you can go and start working in Nigeria but otherwise bana Kenya they are very ready for you bagenda kujja wano ate jukira nti it is free movement of goods and services mugenda kulaba abantu n'ebintu bye bakola nti time egenda kutuuka nga Uganda ejjuddemu bana Kenya ba Nigeria aba Sudani you can't stop them because you ratified naye nga ate be bali mu butale nga ate batunda byewa bye Nigeria they are open they are free to trade but also namwe muli free nti naawe bw'olaba nti waliyo gig e Nigeria waliyo gig e Tanzania ne Egypt kitambula you are free as long as oli ku African continent okuba nti no oganyulwamu mu bintu bino so please the challenges are there transport being one of them and it is being worked on and being addressed different measures being put in place challenges of market are there naye we are working on that kubanga tugenda tuli mu kola digital platforms that are bringing together abasuubuzi ab'enjawulo ate we are working in value chains ti omuntu oba okola emiyembe nga tonnaba kufuna ssente zikola mango juice osobola okukolagana ne industry ye Nigeria eyagala emiyembe emingi nobanga oba supplying direct so platforms ezo tujja kuba sharing in different engagements okubalaga nti okubawa industries eziri interested in perishables bw'omuntu oba okyalina hibiscus wo nga tonamwongerako mutindo osobola omusaza n'owa company eyo ekola hibiscus juice so tuli mu kola in value chains kakati omuntu omulala bw'obeera n'emiyembe egyo we are going to be creating linkages ne transport companies nga transport company esobola okujja shipping company ne negotiatinga naawe negamba tugenda kutwalira ebintu byo ku bbeeyi bweti oba ffe tulina omusuubuzi ayagala kino and we can get there so that should not be a worry these value chains are going to be very active and the value chains will work even with shipping and transport companies involved whereby there will be direct linkage mwakwaba balina raw materials oba perishables to the people who are processing, to the transport companies, to the consumer. So mujja kiganyulwamu. So please be prepared for these markets. Take advantage.
Okay, thank you very much. Webale nnyo madamu. Naye mazima bino byogedde bwanga oli serious. Mututaaseko ekyomusolo bampita Sam nange ndi musuubuzi wa perishable products muli amata n'amagi naye mazima genda ku boda y'e Rwanda ng'otutenga nga fuso y'amagi oli okolabe genda Maraba olyoka oyingire Kenya nga tosasudde musolo kwata amatoke fuso y'amatoke ingire South Sudan bakubbe emisana insecurity madam emunde lya South Sudan eseka bakujjamu ne bakunywesa amata manani agabagayiwa banaffe baba batidde makuwa nga tulaba for us we survive nembuliro otunenya mufana nti tuli serious we are more than even serious tutambuze ebintu babiri batukwatire ne babitujjako abayekera banyi makuwa okongwa katale we kalinga bogambye naye insecurity mama abaana bafudde temutogerera nako kasatu je might tujiziika kikomye ani addayo who can go back who can risk his or her own life ekyo musore ekyo banaye nawe gezaako kufuna bana aba customs babuuzi. Then ekyamuganda wafuna kyayogedde kya South Sudan yali erina ekizibu ekyo nga bagamba UNBS yaffe tesaana naabo, naye ekyo twebaza Katonda ba UNBS bakikolako, ekyo mwekubire mu ngalo UNBS gye muli. Naye ekya insecurity, amata bagatunywesa ku makubo, amagi, omusolo, yogera ne customs zino zonna womanya wali boda, mpondwe, katuna, maraba, ni kizibu. Obubwe bye tetubulawanganako. Era omusolo tegulira nti tulina that free territory teriyo, tebanganayo. Njiwulidde wano. Kama akwomukisa.
Thank you. Wali omulala?
Thank you, moderator, as well as presenter. Nze nyinza okuba nkibuuziza banzeret ani agaba mark kubanga we are confused. National Bureau of Standards abagamba nti ezigaba ate waliwo n'ekitongole ekyo Uganda Register Service Bureau. Kati twagala otubuulire ekyokubiri byetaago ki, what are the requirements okufuna mark kubanga ninayo product immediately nze yange yenafulumiza naye neetaaga that mark kubanga etandika okukola ki. Ekyokubiri, ekyokusatu ekisembayo nja kwetaaga okolagana naawe, ninayo product gye njagala okutwala kuba ninayo ready alindiridde product yange ebweru naye I'm lacking how to package it, naani gwe naatuukirira, nayambibwa ntya okulaba nga gwe supply nga receiving ebintu byange. Ndi mupya mu that industry. Ebyo byonna tujja kwogera naawe. Perishable.
Yes.
Perishable.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that clear presentation. Mine is more of a learning point. One of the challenges, if we are to export, we definitely need volumes. And most of the time, we look at our people we do the same business with as competitors. But my key learning point is that these are our partners. We can work together to be able to meet the volumes. And beyond that, in case things don't work out as expected, what do? Let's add value. So I've taken 2 learning key points. I'm going to make sure that I look out for my fellow people with whom I produce the same products and see how can we work together to come up with volumes. Yeah. Secondly, how do I add value in case there are any delays or anything such that my products can have a longer shelf life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any other?
Francis, can I first answer to
Okay. Let her first answer that set of questions and then we go into another section.
Banange, ekintu kya security. Of course, bwe tuba tuggulawo obutale, ensi naddala kye tuyita free movement of goods and services kibeeramu n'okusoomoozebwa okw'enjawulo, especially nti ensi zitunuulira import duty as a revenue, ziganyulwamu mu revenues zino. Ensi nnyingi zisayininga, ziratifyinga ne zikkiriza obukwakkulizo buno, naye ate era ne ziba nti nno era ze zimu zennyini zaagala okuba nti ze zisinga okuganyulwamu mu kye zaakola ki, mu kye zaakola. Kati waliwo kye tuyita non-tariff barriers, nti tetulina kusasula misolo, naye ensi zino ziteekawo obukwakkulizo obw'enjawulo. Kati naddala Kenya ne Rwanda babadde bakola nnyo ekintu kino. Bateekawo obukwakkulizo obw'enjawulo nti otuuka okutwala kati nga Lato Milk bwe baatwala amata ne baga rejecting e Kenya. Yet bo baleeta Nido wano ndooza buli omu yali anyweddeko ku Nido. Kuva dda Nido abadde ku shelf. Naye kaakati Kenya bwe yalaba nti Uganda etapinze into the Kenyan market. Ngate Lato Milk ali very competitive ku Nido. It was cheaper. It was the same quality. Kati Kenya alina okuteekawo akakwakkulizaako amangu awo okulaba nti nno ekuuma akatale kaayo, ekuuma abasuubuzi baayo okuba nti nno be basigala nti nno badominatinga ki national market. Nga bannakenya batandise okuba nti nno bo bakola ki bagula Lato Milk more than the Nido because it was more affordable but also very good quality. So kuno kwe kusoomoozebwa tulina emisoso mu ndagaano zino ezikolebwa. Kye tubakakasa nti this is free movement of goods and services. In other words, our customs tebalina bus stopping, especially for the people trading in perishables. Ekyo tubagamba so that you know your right. Tetugenda kubeerayo ku boda nga mutwala ebintu bino. Naye omuntu bw'omugamba nti nedda ssebo ebintu byange they are not beyond $5,000 as a cost of production. Bwemba situsa threshold eyo toyina kukola ki kutaxinga kintu na kimu. If bw'omulaga nti omanyi tasobola kola ki kwefunira. They do that because they know you're not aware. Naye tubeera mu misomo gino tusobole okukola ki okwongera okuyiga n'okumanya rights zaffe. If you know your rights, you cannot be abused. Because ojja mugamba mugambe, okay, I have a contact from URA. Kamukubire mugambe nti customs officer, no, aganya okola ki okumpisaawo. You will start moving. Ojja kula nti kale nali simanyi luli bwe nali simanyi. Ekirala waliwo one-stop border centers muzeyambise. There is information. Osobola okugenda ali n'olaba wabeerawo bu catalogs obw'enjawulo providing information eno yakulaga nti no guno gwe musolo oba guno tolina kusasula bw'oba olina tons weziti olina kusasula kyenkana bwekiti nga naawe osobola okukyekalikyulatingira n'otambula ng'omanye omusolo because most of the time ne bano ba clearing agents nabaki muba temubeetaaga by the moment bw'omukozesa naye aba alina kufunamu si bwe kiri aba alina kufunamu kubanga aba amanyi tomanyi. But when you move nga omanyi ekikolebwa you can even ebintu bino ebisinga ebya URA ebiri system generated mwemanyize URA portal mugende ku system omusolo bajja kulaga nti waba tons teziwera bweziti eyo import duty you don't qualify. Bw'oba osuubula kino teweetaaga kusasula kintu kyonna. So bw'omuvinga ng'olina knowledge eyo n'omanya nti I'm going through and this is it. N'ogenda ng'ebintu byonna byonna ebikola n'ebyetaagisibwa obimanyi. They will not take you for granted. Naye baba takinga for granted kubanga bamanyi percentage ey'abantu esinga temanyi rights zaabwe era tebamanyi kye bakola. So that is the challenge. Ekintu ekya political frictions, it's a discussion between governments. It is not our mandate as associations naffe tukola ki tukyogerako ne tugamba the ministries nabo Ministry of Trade has addressed it but it is very political. So I think we should, but that comes with continuous advocacy and talking about it and addressing the challenges. Okuba nti no governments can resolve their issues, okuba nti no fair trade does not stop because they are having issues amongst themselves. So ekyo kyabwe non-tariff barriers nazo zirina okuba completely out. Within 5 years bino ebintu byonna bibaddeko obukwakkulizo non-tariff barriers na biki bw'oba ofunye UNBS certificate oba osobola okusuubula. Omwami yambuziza nti ani alina okuwa QMark. UNBS yali responsible ssebo yegaba QMarks. But era oyita mu mitendera gya njawulo okuwa QMark eyo URBS. But waliwo UNBS yeri responsible okuba nti no ekuwa QMark eyo. ndooza byebyo mbizeemu byonna. Banange ekirala, just to echo a little bit more, working together is very pertinent. Tuleme okwerabanga ba competitor, tweyigireko. Oyinza okwesanga kati nina mukyala Nakayenga naye akola hibiscus. And you're also in hibiscus. So you learn from each other. She has a QMark already. Naye lwakwa mukyala Nakayenga naye akyali ku national market. Naye buli kanaku tumugamba, please tap into the international markets. And you are still echoing it. It's more gainful. It's more gainful. Yonana tugendeyo tulabe.
Thank you very much. We are requiring we have an association of women, but we make things like counter books, these school books, fire starters, school sweaters, clothes. So I'm wondering which products need a QMark. Do such products also need a QMark?
All products.
Sure. I thought
get a QMark.
edibles.
All products, kebe textiles, kabe lugoye luno, they still get a QMark. Okay. All products, kastal chibanga chikolebwa.
Thank you.
Chino kuba qualified. Kalube lugoye luno lwenyambadde, nalwo luyina standard.
Balamusiza bakulu, amanya ndi Nakayenga Regina. Kanjogere ku bintu bibiri. Ekya ofuna otya QMark, yes, eva ku UNBS. Naye bw'otandika product yo, oba tonaba kugitandika, sooka osomeko olabe standard ya UNBS egamba etya. Ogenda ku UNBS portal, no downloadinga ku website yaabwe, information eyo gyeri. Yuzia erina opportunity okubeera nti otembeetebwa gwabeera ayagala okufuna UNBS certificate. Era Rena yemu ku company erina omuntu ali certified okutembeeta mu abatandika. N'olwekyo feel free to ask us how to go about it. Fe kumpi buli mwaka to renewing a certification yaffe. Naye era tuddayo mu process yemu. Naye nga kirungi nnyo omuntu okubeera nti ekintu ky'okoze maama kiri UNBS certified, n'emitayimbwa bagicertifyinga. Otambula oyina confidence, obeera nga avuga emmotoka ng'olina driving permit. Oyinza okuvugira emyaka 5 nga tolina driving permit, naye amameeme gakuba buli lw'olaba ki police. But it is worse with the products. Kubanga tofuna customer confidence. You must get customer confidence. Fetuli mu competitive world of all products. Kubanga fetukola mpirivuma, rosemary, okra, hibiscus. Naye kiki ekituyisaawo kubeera nti tuli UNBS certified. So omuntu bw'obeera oyogera naye oyogera with confidence. Ekisooka bwe twatestinga ebintu byaffe mu laabu eyewandegeya tumanyi kiki ekiri mu hibiscus oba mu ezo products. Twogera with confidence. You have knowledge of the product. Ne customer anakuwa sente ezegasa ayagala alabe nti oli certified nti ali protected. Ye kyanoonya agamba ndi protected, product gye ngenda okukozesa yeeyo. Kakati kangende ku kya competition. Nzize leeti naye simanyi waayo mutandikidde, naye nga mu hibiscus tulina association eya Uganda Hibiscus Development Association. Tuli mu Yuzia, naye kiki kye twagala? Twagala buli muntu akola hibiscus okubeera nti challenges ze tufuna azimanyi ate tuzivuunuka ffenna. Challenges ki? Tetufuna bimuli bitumala ebirungi, ebimuli katale kwebiri ebirungi. Ekyo kitutemako okubeera ntukola product ennungi etuuka ku premium markets mu domestic ne export market. Kakati kiki kye tulina okukola? Betwatuula twagamba nti tulina okunoonya bwe tuvunuka ebisoomoozo eby'abalimi kubanga association erimu abalimi erimu ababigula erimu ababikozesa ba processors ne ba consumers ate n'abakola packaging nabo mwebali ezo zonna challenges zonna tuzirina kakati omulimi wansi bwe tuba tetwegasse gwe nange nebbera n'abalala okulaba nti omulimi ayiga okulima hibiscus amututuuseeko nga muyonjo with backfire olaba cooperation wejjira nti tulina okuteeka emitwe wamu kakati bwe bimala okuvaayo mu nnimiro okubikaza is a big challenge and that's where the farmers lose out actually at harvesting and drying and post-harvest management. That is where all of us in the value chain lose out. The farmer loses, you the agro-processor lose, the trader loses, even the end user loses. How? Because the farmer generally loses about 30 to 50% of his harvest, unharvested or that has gone bad, because she does not have the technologies to harvest hibiscus fast enough at the prime time when the flower would be very nice for use. Then after that, does not have the drying facility, which now makes the hibiscus go bad. In most cases, the consumers, I pity them, those who don't know, and they pick the hibiscus on the street. Balaba buli hibiscus balowooza nti hibiscus naye nga yes hibiscus naye nga yafuna moldi. Owulidde? Hibiscus waba yafunye moldi onywa butwa. Kati tuba tulina okwegatta awamu tulwanyise okulaba nti abalimi baffe bafuna obuuma obukungula hibiscus bamukungule at the right time. Ate not only that, ne dryers. Ate bafune n'emisomo. Mu association twakizuula nti abalimisa batono nnyo abamanyi what hibiscus is and its agronomy. We went ahead and tukola akatabo akalimu hibiscus agronomy. How to grow, harvest hibiscus and do value addition. Then nga tumaze okulaba nti tulwanyisiza together tufune solar dryers buli muntu akusupplyinga mutuukeko trace where the hibiscus is coming from and therefore train them, monitor them, ensure that the quality of the hibiscus you are getting is really the quality you want. Kati netugamba kati ba agro processors, where are we? Technology akola juice akola buli kintu kyonna kye twagala is really limited. Senga kati tusobola mu Uganda nga tusobola ne kukola concentrate ava mu hibiscus omubisi where we just press. So I appeal to all people who are dealing in hibiscus to put our heads together. When we call for such a meeting, we get just a few people. And you know it is so disappointing. And then the worst part is when it comes to follow up on what strategies we are to take, everybody drops. So how are we going to move and capture the market, the local market and the international market? Ba agro processors twayagala nnyo okulaba nti buli muntu yenna akola hibiscus juice atuukira ku standard, so that there is no hibiscus which is corrosive, which is going stale, or which is dilute, or which is distasteful. Twagala buli muntu ayingira mu dduuka ng'agula hibiscus nga bw'amunywako oba wa Regina oba waani ng'agamba yes, so that hibiscus becomes a household name. Charity begins at home. Bwe tunamala okubeera nti hibiscus wano mu Uganda akutteyo abantu bamanyi n'omugaso nga tutapinga into the export market, and that is where the numbers now come in. And the numbers are not you, the individual dealing in hibiscus. It is from the farmers. Do you know that you can even attract funding from MasterCard if we worked together as a team in hibiscus? Because we would be having big numbers of producers. And then we put up a proposal together. to see that our farmers get the equipment. I want to submit from here, those who have really gotten the point, please, I'm around, my store is there, not that I want you to come and buy, but for further information about Hibiscus Association, please come.
Thank you so much, Madam Regina. You know, she's one of our successful stories. She has really moved through the value chain, supported the initial players up to the consumers.
Surely when she talks about the success stories, we now have even hibiscus tea bags. And that is our product for export. We are not saying here, we are not selling it, but we are selling it here in the hyper supermarkets, the corporates, but we are eyeing the export. What is our hindrance? What I've told you. We want quality hibiscus. We want to enter the export market when we are not doubted. When whoever is taking our hibiscus tea bags is saying, yeah, that is what we want. And we want others to follow suit.
Thank you so much. I think she has elaborated the value chain and how we all work together. And those are the stories, Zembagambi, that they buy outside Uganda. They will buy that story. And of course, you will get the market. The market is there. That's for sure. The market is there, but the way you market, the story you have, the people you're supporting is what makes you a marketable person or product or business.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Linda Dauda, a shoemaker from Shoe Group Development Association, Ginger City, Ambercourt Market. Thank you for the presentation. My concern is you've been talking about marketing, and even digital marketing. So what is required for my company to get connected to your platform and other platforms, so that once I make a product, I can just post it and everyone can see it and order for it if necessary? Thanks very much.
The requirement for to get into a digital platform is knowing where to go, who has the platform. We have talked about Uzia. Uzia has a digital platform where they showcase most of the products. Most of the MSMEs here are showcasing their products with Jumia as well. You can register on a number of the Ministry of Trade has a digital platform where it showcases the products, and the beauty with that one for Ministry of Trade is that it also brings together other international players from different countries. So you can share, you can trade from each other. Ministry of Gender also has a digital platform, and they keep registering. So it's up to you going to Gender, or usually most of the convenings like these ones, we invite them, and by the time you have left, they have put your product. But also making use of Facebook platforms, because Facebook is international and viewed everywhere. Instead of going on Facebook and just showcasing your pictures and what, you can use it for sales and marketing of your products. So there's Jumia, there's Twitter, there are so many online platforms where you can showcase your products. Talk about them, do short videos. If you're doing millet, if you're, for example, a millet producer, just make bushera and talk about it. Talk about the nutritional values in it, the benefits, and put your short video there. You get customers, buy from me, contact. The other thing is deliveries. The challenges of MSMEs is delivering products, and now people usually prefer to order and deliveries made. Do not fear delivering these goods. Temutya kutuusa bintu ku bantu kubanga kati abantu bakiyize nti nno ekintu orderinga n'okimuteera ku boda n'asasula. omuteerako ekintu kyo omuwa contact y'omuntu ekintu bwe kiba kiweddewo nkubiraako gwe ng'owa owa booda ofuna ababooda b'okolagana nabo aba safe booda era omuntu ebintu bwe bitutuukako bwe tuba tubi orderings era tumanya nti nno booda gwalina okukola ki ogyesasulira so tekirina nakyo kukola ki kuba kugira mukkiriza okuba nti nno mukola ki kubanga bw'ogenda digito kiba kitegeeza nti abantu bajja kukubira bukubizi nga ssimu but don't worry about that kubanga abantu beesasulira ssente za transport so wabadde olina kyoyagala okubuuza kansooke mpa omukyala.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam from Seattle. My name is Allen Charisima, CEO Just Clean It Limited. For us, we are waste managers, but we've moved to a step of manufacturing fertilizers, organic ones, out of our waste. I want to appreciate you and your presentation, and thank you for inviting us because we are just going to penetrate the market. We are in the process of getting certifications, but we are very happy. I came with our coordinations manager, who is seated right behind, but we have gained a lot from the presentation, different submissions, so we are so grateful, and we believe because we've learned about the new markets, no tariffs, no tariff barriers anymore, especially in our East African region and probably some other African countries, the 54 countries. So we are very, very grateful. And in case of more opportunities like this one, don't hesitate to invite Just Clean It. Thank you.
Okay. Madam, my sole request is, sometimes when you hire transport and you cross the border into another country, you start feeling somehow different. The loneliness, you imagine if I was in Kabale or Katona before entering the no man's land, I'm going the other side. And I'm going to deliver something in Kigali. Immediately I cross the other side, I start feeling insecure. I just wish I could feel like that maybe there is a desk for small traders at the embassy. In case somebody tells me park there and I feel I'm isolated because of a small thing, I can get somebody to come and rescue me. Because you are there with only the transporter who is interested in the vehicle. Pay, they want normally pay because he wants you to move on. So it could be a small issue about some little money, but you feel it's not the right way of doing it. But you get forced to pay simply because of pressure. If we could have somebody at the embassy, if you could do like a Siatin in southern Sudan, there is something related to Siatin which you are dealing with, which I know I can refer to in the case of a challenge there. It would give me confidence moving my staff across, because those are our major worries when we are closing, most especially the small traders.
That's a strong issue, and we shall address it. But like I said, in the new business era of trading across, we are very interested in us working in value chains, that you are going to work with a transport company that you know about. In other words, such elements of insecurity and doubt will be worked upon. For example, you are working with maybe, what are the transport companies here around Lugogo bypass? You approach companies, let us work in value chains to eliminate such challenges of insecurities and fear. There are so many cargo companies here that even have points at the borders. No, and why? We are telling, for example, if you are trading small, work in groups. at the borders, we have worked with our women across the borders, and they are working together to transport. So in case they are all trading Irish potatoes, they can have Irish pineapples in one tonnage, and then they are all transporting, and they have this person that they are working with. So try to identify the people trading and cooperate with them and see how you can work with them. It's expensive. Okay. Okay. We shall address that. Yeah, the issue of security is very pertinent. So I close.
I just wanted to add something to what you've said, answering the gentleman who was also complaining about the insecurities in different countries, especially South Sudan and DRC. Yes, we came back from a business forum of South Sudan and Uganda, and most of them were telling us we have so much, plenty of business running down there. Like he said, the businesses are there, the markets are there, but the only challenge they are facing with Ugandans, and those people actually have no problem with us, but the biggest challenge they have with us is most of us want to run a briefcase kind of business, even in such areas. And I would like to urge you, like she said, formalize your business. And in such areas, don't do your business single-handedly like you're running it here in Uganda. Maybe partner with someone or work as a group. That way you're putting a certain percentage, another one is putting a certain percentage, and you'll eliminate losing so much at once. And the other thing is, once you formalize your business, you can get partners from the other side, and they'll handhold you, help you do your business without making losses. Otherwise, if you're going to go as a single person to run your business in this era right now with what's going on, you're going to meet a lot of challenges. Thank you. That's all I wanted to add on.
Okay, thank you so much. That was all for today. But let us take advantage of these markets and carry out more gainful trade. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joanita. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Joanita for taking us through that session about the continental trade. I know most of us are not so much aware about AFCFTA. And one of the things that we are doing together with CIATINI, UNDP, the Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises, is to market and also create awareness of the AFCFTA among the SMEs, our members. It's a discussion that continues from here, and we believe by the end of the day, SMEs will be in position to export to Africa. I want to thank you once again, Joanita and CIATINI, for taking us through this session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are running out of time, but I want to do one last thing for everyone around here. I want to give just 1 minute to anybody that wants to market their business. You know, we are live on TV. We are live on Smart TV, and Smart TV is a business-oriented television station. Actually, it's the best business-oriented TV station. So I'm giving just 1 minute to anyone that would like to market or to say something about what you're doing. Just 1 minute, please. The first one. You come, say your name, your business, briefly, in less than a minute at least, because we are so many. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Abe Freeman, and I'm the Executive Director of Kampala Language Center. Ours is to offer all language solutions. Do you want to learn a language? Do you want to have documents translated from one language to another? Any language you want. That's our job. Our motto is the world communicates. In Kampala Language Center, the world communicates. We have over 15 different languages. You guys want to trade all over Africa. You can't do it if you don't have French. Come and learn French. There is Chinese. We have Kiswahili. And really, our fees are very competitive. Thank you. I have used the 45 seconds.
Thank you so much. Next, we have to stand here. Make sure you stand around here because we want to be live on TV.
Dear colleague, I'm Eiru Andrew. I'm the director here at the Beauty Career Development Center. We are dealing with skilling the youth and especially tailoring and hairdressing. Actually, we admit all students of different academic, if you are not even educated, we are there to skill them. We are members of UCAPRIV and also we are affiliated to DIT. So that's what we do, that's our product. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, my name is Rita Justine. I am the CEO of RS Wellness Foundation Limited. We deal in organic products, natural products. We have herbal medicine, we have herbal teas, and lately we are having a new product on the market, and I'm very happy that I'm going to partner with Madame Rena for hibiscus. So we're doing hibiscus juice. It is a very new product on the market. You will enjoy it. We do detox juices. If you have any parties and events, even at home, even in your office, we make deliveries of green, red, yellow, all colors of fresh detox green juices. We are located on Equatorial Mall, room number 258. The best thing is, in this foundation, we are doing it in conjunction with the women who are less privileged. So it's a foundation whereby the profits and all, most of what we do is going back to the average woman. We train them and we give them the skills to stand on their own. On the last note, I would like to thank the Federation of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. It's been a very great exhibition week. I wish you luck, everybody.
Thank you so much. Sylvester Stallone is my name. I work with Rocket Health as a business development manager. So Rocket Health is here to redefine delivery of healthcare services. Yeah, so basically Rocket Health is a telemedicine company that offers medical services with a unique mode of delivery. Yeah, so for us, we know that when you get sick, you must walk to the hospital. But we have changed the narrative. Yeah? So when you get sick, you will dial *280# and you are able to talk to a doctor or what we call a consultation. And then doctor can advise you what next to do. And we also have a mobile laboratory where we reach you if you're busy. It could be at school, at home, or anywhere downtown. We can pick a sample of blood from you and we test, and then we call you and we tell you the services. We don't stop there. We also do deliver medicines, yeah, regardless of where you are. So long as you're in Mukono, you're in Kampala, or you are in Wakiso, yeah, we do deliver the medicines. And our consultations is as less as 10,000 only. Yeah, elsewhere consultation is above 20,000, sometimes 50,000. So we also have a physical clinic at Lumumba Avenue, and we're opening up another clinic in Gayaza, another one in Mukono coming very soon, Fort Potro, Mbarara, and also Gulu. And then next year,
we are also opening another branch in Nairobi. So please, we do offer mobile medical services. If you want to vaccinate or immunize your baby, don't move a step. We can always deliver the vaccine or the immunizations at the comfort of your home. We do not encourage people to take little ones to hospitals because they will be exposed to contract any other infections. So Rocket Health is here to serve you. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nakayenga Regina, the MD of Rena Beverage Solutions. In Rena, we do hibiscus juice, hibiscus tea, hibiscus concentrate, even hibiscus wine, and we also do the seed coffee and seed snack. Our recent product is the hibiscus tea bag, but we also have the common hibiscus juice, which is taken in the hospitals, in schools, in families. Among other things, we do okra seed coffee, mpirivuma coffee, and rosemary powder. These products, we are doing them because they are rich in vitamin C, iron, and antioxidants, and they help to build immunity, detoxify, and rehydrate. We say enjoy what you are taking while you are improving your health. Thank you very much. Find the products in most hyper supermarkets. Once again, Nakayenga Regina, Rena Beverage Solutions, hibiscus tea.
Hello, good evening, each and everyone. I'm called Isaac Mugabo, CEO of Vanessa Beauty Product. I make cosmetics here different. We have here Vaseline natural sources, the pink one, and we have Vanessa body lotion. Is here. It's good for your skin. It's moisturizing your skin. You look nice when you use Vanessa Beauty product. We make all this product from aloe vera. We just get aloe vera and we put in a blender, blend it, and we mix it. Other things, other material, low material from Korea, like a slate material and oil. Yeah. Our Vanessa Beauty product, we are located at Mutungo, near at the Smart Motor Complex or Smart Motor World. When you're going to Mutungo, opposite Amuka Road, we are located there. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nagudi Priscilla. I am from Bale, and I sell Abraham cereals. This is a very innovative product. It's new on the market. It's a healthy product containing oats, dehydrated fruits like bananas, pineapple, pumpkin seeds, the simsim, the OD. It's an incorporation of everything. I was looking at babies who are having issues with artificial sugar and chemicals added in the other snacks on the market like Gorillas. So I came up with a very healthy product. It's also good for adults, for someone who has a very busy schedule and you don't have time to fix a healthy snack because, I mean, good health is your wealth. So this snack is very good. You can add it in milk or yogurt, or you can just snack on it on the go. You can carry a small pack in your handbag as you're going to office, so you can eat it while at work. The big bag of 500 grams goes for 20,000, and then we have a small pack, pocket friendly, of 5,000. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC. My name is Max Atayore. We are Skynet Stores, an online shopping platform. As you can see, I did not come with anything because we are online. We operate online. Though we came with a few sample products that I wanted you to have a look at. So if you want to access more of our variety, you need to use your smartphone, go to your Google Play Store, and download Skynet Stores. Then after you have the application, you can see the variety of products that we have. We have very affordable prices. And the beauty is we deliver that same day. So once you place an order, we deliver that same day. Our prices are so friendly and our app is so user-friendly. So thank you so much, MC, for the opportunity. We are located, our head offices are in Tinda, Machas Road, Garden B, or Ministers Village. And we also have courier services that can deliver your products. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. We are from Stipe Multiple Producers. Actually, we are presenting a herbal syrup through value addition. We actually take advantage of a new law that was just passed recently, whereby the government has allowed alternative medicine into hospitals. We've had people talk about, for instance, the lady who talked about hibiscus. Now, at Stipe Multiple Producers, we are helping people to add value to herbs, that is scientifically. And we're actually trying to tell our people that herbal medicine can be handled scientifically and be used as medicine. So currently we are introducing a herbal syrup, a herbal tea, and many other products will be follow as time goes on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Nesima Georgina from Nyonja Herbal Organics. Our products are 100% natural, and we are basically known for weight loss management in assistance with novel dietitians and nutritionists. So we give you a weight loss journey program in partnership. We also help UTIs, fertility. Thank you so much. You can find us in Jomai Estate. You can reach us on all Instagram pages on Nyonja Herbal Organics. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I'm Nabanjaja Cream from Nova Dietetics and Wellness Clinic. As she has told you, we are in partnership with her. We manage illnesses like hypertension, obesity, diabetes, among others, using food. We believe that if you eat well, you can function well. So without good diet, you cannot function well. We do other services like growth monitoring in children, 0 to 5 years, that's free of charge, but above that, there is a fee that's charged. There is recipe consultation, diet plans, fitness plans, among others. Those who want to lose weight, gain weight, maintain a disease, or any other problem, we can manage it through food. But in nutrition, for us, we always consider the nutrition diagnosis. So we cannot work on you unless we get a clear diagnosis sheet from a hospital. That's us Nova with Nyonja Organics. Thank you so much.
I greet you all. I'm called Akatuha Grace. I'm a producer of Chikazi millet flour. What I can say, this is top-notch quality flour that is really organic, it is original, it is, you can really find us in most supermarkets around, and we are also available on Jumia. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Luamafa Michael. I am a beekeeper, and we are the producers of MK Multiflora honey. This is honey that comes from Western Uganda in Uganda district. The major sources of nectar for the bees here are sunflower, coffee, matoke, and a bit of eucalyptus. So it's a multifloral honey. It is well processed, harvested, combs are crushed, it's sieved, and it's then packaged. Yeah, it's a very good brand, and I can be reached on WhatsApp Business 0705 019 404.
I'm by the name Peace, and she's Diana, the director of Mama Chipoli, and I'm working with the marketing department. And our main goal is to give the best to the people who don't use cooking oil, and we aim at giving in more products. We are dealing mainly in agro-business processing, and I think in next year we shall be exporting some of our products. Do you have anything to say?
That's all.
Hello, everyone. Fifi, some people call me the Rito Bearer. From Keroma, Uganda Limited. We deal in hibiscus juice and deal in Bella wines. So we have the best juice, the healthy to everyone, either baby or old. Any age can take our juice. Those who knew that we have only wines also have the hibiscus juice. We also have the hibiscus tea. Those are the tea leaves. We do in different things. Those who have weddings, those who have birthday parties, and those who have exhibitions, you can contact me. We can brand your wines. You call us, we brand your bottle with your photo. We do a lot of things as Bella Wines. And also you need to be confident as Ugandans, because we reach at the extent that as we the youth, we can't get jobs, we can't get the payments if Ugandans can't buy our wines. I'm not advertising for Bella that people need to buy Bella wines, but I'm talking on behalf of all the production people, those who deal in manufacturing things. Because you find that you go to hotels and talk to people like inquiring to buy our wines. They just tell you, for us, we buy South Africans' wines. We don't buy Ugandans' wines. Because when you ask them, if outside people buy the Ugandan wines, what about you? Why don't you buy the African wines? So I give confidence to people that people buy our wines, buy different products of Ugandan people, support the youth, support our companies so that we can get that sales. Also ask the youth to get the market and the jobs. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anandutu and Frida. I'm the CEO of Paradise Bugis Coffee. Bugis Coffee is pure Arabica, and the parchment is being bought from the Elgon regions, the Elgon Highlands. Our coffee is certified by UNBS. We have mixed products. That's ground coffee, roasted ground coffee, roasted seeds, grade AA. There are different types of coffee, but this is grade AA. We have grade AA, which is the best coffee in the world, pure Arabica. Then we have grade A, which comes after grade AA. Then grade B, which comes after grade A. Then grade C, then chips. The chips are normally not used, or some people use them as manure. But for Paradise Bugis Coffee, we only use the best grade, which is grade AA. Yeah, so you can find our product on Jumia. You can find it in supermarkets. We also supply hotels around Kampala. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm George Williams Zua from Taka 4 Energy Solutions. We make briquettes from waste products, agricultural products, from charcoal dust, and it is easy to be carried. So these are briquettes. Oh, sorry. Sorry. These are briquettes from charcoal dust, from waste products, agricultural products. Those are for example, banana peels, etc. This is another package. It is good for export, supermarkets, and other people. So please support me. We are from Taka 4 Energy Solutions. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Janita Binenema. I'm the proprietor of Millionaire Spices and Seasonings. The purpose of my business is to round out most of the spices, blend them together, and create one spice for each dish. Say for tea, for beef, fish, whichever dish you choose to make, even for beans. Then I have another one that is Himalayan salt, pink salt. I have a seasoned version, onion and pepper, garlic and herb, and all-purpose. You can use them to eat salads, to salt your food without guilt.
Good evening. My name is Letitia. I'm a formulator with Tea Glow Organics. We make organic body butters, lip balm from shea butter. Sourced all the ingredients I have in here are sourced here in Uganda. Shea butter, cocoa butter, olive oil, coconut oil, and another blend. Basically, this butter is good for moisturizing and helping with complications like eczema, psoriasis, and skin-related complications that come from like dry skin. The lip balm helps with that as well. I also formulate oats and honey soap that also has organic ingredients. You can find us currently online on Instagram, and I can deliver to you. Yes, if you have any issues with your skin, especially dry skin issues, you can contact us, Tea Glow Organics. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, our dear exhibitors. Of course, this brings us to the end of today's session and activities for the day. Now, tomorrow will be our last day for the discussions and the conference discussions. And we expect, like we have been saying, we expect to have the PSST, the Permanent Secretary to the Ministry of Finance, and also the Secretary to the Treasury. And we also expect Honorable Amelia Chambade. She will be joining us later in the day, tomorrow. And we also expect to give out certificates to all our distinguished exhibitors. So please endeavor to attend and be part of the celebrations as we mark the end of the SME month and the SME week. Thank you so much. God bless you.